industrial strength sound of the District podcast on Podomatic.com.
Hello, hello. Mic on, good, yep. What's the project today? Printing and stuff. Wait, where did Chatty go? What's going on? That should be showing up on, maybe it'll show up on like every other, yeah, there you go. Yeah, we gotta design the other side. We gotta finish the other side and I gotta start that print. The Fusion 360 stuff that we were working on before. Burn the Subs is kind of gonna be a mainstay here on this channel. I will try to keep the variety going, but the most important thing to work on is Burn the Subs, because it's like, I don't know, it's the personality of the whole channel. This was a Burn the Subs stream. Why are you charging? Oh good, more spam. You know, apparently they were gonna try to sue like Google for detecting spam on all the political text messages that are going out. It's like, but those are spam. But they are spam. That's what you've been distributing. What a day. What a day. What a day we're gonna have today. Alright, just getting going here. I'm just trying to get back into the mood. I've been messing with the dog all morning, basically. Just taking her out for constant walks because she pooped inside, probably because it was a little wet out, but then she pooped outside. This is what it becomes when you get a dog. It's like the most interaction that you have with the outside world is basically poop related. It's like all the communication that goes on in this household now is all poop based communication. Did she poop? When did she poop? How long ago did she poop? What about her poop? Was it a normal poop or was it a weird poop? That's all it is. Just sort out my own hardware, some dumb computer trash, where I'm trying to eventually do computational work, but not if the machine refuses to comply with the idea that it should boot and run. So enjoy the dog poop show. That's where we're at. Yeah, thank you, lastmiles. I appreciate it. Have fun wrangling a computer into functioning like a computer. The greatest thing we've ever pulled is tricking rocks to think, but sometimes they are just rocks. All right, let's check on the other cameras and make sure they're okay. It looks relatively okay. I'm still gonna run the procedure on it. Usually like one or two of the cameras doth protest and loses its settings. Today it was the face cam. When I booted it up, I looked like I was standing on the surface of the sun. That one's okay. Burn the Subs looks okay. That's our 3D printer monitor. It'd be nice if I could get a little bit further out from there. I wonder if I can swing that. Let me see what I can do here. Let's see if I can move that camera out a little bit more so you guys get more of a view of what's going on that table. There's all kinds of stuff in the way. I'm hoping that on Saturday we can do a game stream and everything will work properly for once. I think it will. Moderately confident in that. Oh, I can't see the camera angle. See, the problem is in order to capture, I would love to capture more than just the 3D printer, you know? See if I can do this without freezing this camera too, because if that USB plug gets stressed out at all, it goes all crazy. Let me just put the camera on this pile of garbage over here. It's not really garbage. These are all my project storage bins, but it is kind of garbage. It's kind of garbage until it becomes a project, you know? It exists in that space. That special zone of kind of garbage, but, you know, maybe not. It's a special place I think we're all familiar with. Hold on, I gotta get this camera positioned and on somewhat stable ground. Right about there, maybe? Let's see what that looks like. Wall of text. Never take for your dog walk just to poop and then turn back to the house right away. We end up training the dog to not poop as they have a desire to be outside, maybe. Yeah, that might be true, actually. Yeah, I haven't done that lately. I do kind of turn us back towards the house and sort of get her to start moving back to the house after the poop. She's not, I mean, you know, female dog, she's not interested in spreading, you know, her scent as much. So she still does a little bit, but, you know, not as much. Not as much. Wow, that's dark over there. Camera's set to be under some very intense lights. Show as much of the workshop as I can here. Probably down a little bit. What this stuff is down here. Yeah, maybe like that. I guess getting the reel in the same shot as everything else. Like the control panel's all the way down there. Maybe we could do that, but I want burn the subs to at least be a little visible in the background. That would mean a lower angle, but I also want the steering wheel setup to be here because it sort of informs the user on the things that we've been doing around here. All right, so I need to prime the printer, make sure that that's on. Oh, something just fell over there. Let me get the camera in good shape. Take your video. Let us turn this to 5. Good. There's that miter box I found all the way down there. We can focus out a little bit and do more of an infinite focus thing. So everybody is there. Otherwise, they're gonna rack focus all the way in. Well, that's useless. Do that. There's the whole side of the shot. Pretty good. A little bit more gain would be good. What does low light compensation do? Literally nothing. Cool. There. That's good. Good camera angle. Good. Happy with that. Those 2 lamps, I bought some brackets for, and I hope to put them up. I might frame burn the subs using them, and then I want to put a bunch of those fairy lights inside. They're a rusty mess, though. I should probably dunk them in a chemical bath with a little power running to them. Get that rust out. All right, we got good camera angles today. Nice warm looking cameras. Ready to continue what we were doing before. I have to find those brackets that I think I threw out. I don't want to buy more. I don't want to end up with a ton of brackets that I don't need. They might be in that box, but I'm not certain about that. They're not really brackets, they're like clasps that you can attach to stuff, and I would love to hold the glass up with them. They're kind of like the one missing piece that I need to definitely find. Corgi emotes. Yeah, she's been a good dog lately. It's been raining a lot here though, so rain and leaves. She's a leaf chaser, which is dangerous because that gets her into the street. And I've been trying to keep her on grass. She kind of knows on the grass is a command for me to tell her that she needs to get off of the curb and off of the street. But then a leaf will blow and she will chase the leaf. So electrolysis rust removal would be fun to try out. I've done it before. I've done it on I don't know if we did it on stream, but I did it for like my Vice at one point. I think I used vinegar on it the last time though. It's really easy to do. It's actually shockingly easy. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. It's shockingly easy to do, and you can do a Q-tip with saltwater solution and masking on stainless steel in order to put markings on stuff, and that's how we got the numbering on one of my cook pots. Veet Nukem, subbing with a tier 1 for 16 consecutive months. Sorry, for 16 months on a 10-month streak. How's your diet coming along? My doctor insists that I lose about 80 pounds. Fired up my MyFitnessPal app again. I have not seen anything change. I have been fasting and I have not seen anything change, so I need to fast more. I think I've been bad about fasting. I don't think I've been fasting enough. I need to be hungry more. I made a quesadilla for lunch. I actually made 2 and I ate 1. That's still a lot of cheese, but I'm not shying away from stuff that I'd eat. I think I just need to be hungry more. Gotta be careful with the resulting waste solution from electrolysis rust removal. It can be very toxic hexavalent chromium. Well, when I did the etching for the cook pot, I only used a Q-tip on exposed stainless steel. So that was wipe with a paper towel and throw away. There wasn't enough liquid for that. Now, what's up, Wazootronic? I guess it's evening where you are. It's middle of the afternoon for me. How do time zones work? Yeah. So I don't know. The diet has not been going great. I've been getting weighed a lot by doctors lately because I'm up for all the appointments again, and so the scales are not being kind. And the doctor's scales are like, they're so shitty. They're really bad. I think maybe the sensors wear, but they should calibrate. So if those are more accurate than a home scale, then then I'm not happy. Not happy with the results. Then again, you know, we've only had the dog for like a month. And so all of the activity that I'm getting now with the dog, walkies and stuff like that, should be eventually doing its thing to kind of help me regulate everything and feel better and all that stuff. So I've been making progress with that. I mean, there's no backing down from taking a dog on walkies. Walkies. And we're running a little bit and stuff too, so it's getting me kind of back into moving around. You know that thing that I used to do called moving around and not sitting at a desk all day? Yeah, that's helping. So I think over, in a year or two, I might actually see some progress. And of course, the thing is, when you gain weight and you tell people about it, they always say, oh, well, muscle weighs more than fat. And you're like, yeah, but I'm pretty sure this is fat. It's like something that I guess has worked its way into my personality over the years, over the 20 years that I've had diabetes, is to not back down from a harsh truth. I'm a big giant fat ass, and that's got to change, and that has to change through me getting activity if it's not going to change with diet. Diet is very difficult to alter because you feel hungry and then your body goes into eat mode, you know? So what I need to do is, first off, actually tighten down all the bolts. Second off, I need to actually get exercise, and the dog has kind of forced me into it, which is good. But yeah, it's one of those things, like, you gotta face down the harsh reality sometimes. Gaining muscle is hard work. I've given up on it. I had a really good streak of gaining muscle for a while there, but that's because I was on external testosterone. Doctor prescribed. And now I can't because I have too much red blood cell goop in my blood. And so the thought was that the iron thing that I've got going on, where I give them a bag of blood every couple months, would lower that, but it only temporarily lowers that. And my endocrinologist is just not comfortable having me on external testosterone, which is weird because it's only enough to get me back up to the levels of a normal person. But I guess he just doesn't want me to keel over and fucking, have a giant heart attack suddenly. Yeah, the diet is not gonna happen. It's, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. After long enough, you start to get used to the new diet, and it sinks in a little better. It's not like eating right is particularly difficult. Well, it kind of is, but when you eat right, it's not like you are starved for variety of food. I want to get a dog as well for that reason. Not sure if it's a good idea though. For what was stopping me for the longest time was the fact that I was living alone and working huge days. I would work most of the day, and I just couldn't justify getting a dog in that situation. I would not be taking good care of it. But then I moved to a house that had a bunch of roommates who, some of them, periodically would have dogs, and then they'd move out, and then a new person would move in with a dog. So it was nice to have a dog around. I wasn't really caring for the dog. But now I have a dog. It is my dog, and so I need to take care of my dog, and that's what I've been doing. So I had been for a couple years, when coming back here, sitting at the desk all day. So a little doggy helps you move around. It really does. But I gotta make sure to balance that with my ability to keep the dog active and healthy and stimulated and having a good time. Yeah. Which I think she is. She's a very happy dog. I basically dislike eating. No, I met somebody like that before. It was another type 1 diabetic at a training thing when I first was onboarded on Booz Allen Hamilton. Apparently the one person sitting across from me was also a diabetic, and he was like, I hate food. I'm like, I guess I can get that. I can get the sentiment and why you would hate food, but like, look at me, I fucking love food. I love food. I like cooking and all that stuff, I love it. I'm addicted to it. That's actually more true than I thought. That would be funny, like being addicted to oxygen, but that's actually the truth. I don't know what to tell you. You could get Soylent. On a milkshake diet. They've been trying to replace food for a long time, and there's something about it that's just ingrained in us. It's why we exist. Eating in general. I know there's a segment of the population that would love to just have a pill, but you can't really do that, doctors have found over the years. And it's tough to find any good science behind that because there's all kinds of bullshit out there. Everybody's trying to bullshit everybody else, Yeah, I know MyFitnessPal is a pretty powerful app, and it's customizable and all that. If I could take one pill a day and be done with it, I would. Some people are like that, yeah. How well carbs, fat, and proteins are balanced. Keep balanced like fewer cravings. That's interesting. Yeah, that would be something to see. I wonder if I should get into that. I don't know. There's probably something that plugs it into the Android APS too. Float in a stasis tub with a stomach implanted whey protein tube. What? Yeah, diet or psychology. It is a close race between those two for who has more misinformation and abject bullshit. I hear wonders about CISO, calorie in, calorie out. I'm not doing it because it's a little bit too fiddly for me. And I'm also not allowed to do Atkins. I have specific doctor's orders. He's like, you don't do Atkins. I'm like, all right.
You're listening to District.
You know it is. Here's a picture of Willow's littermate, and I'm dumb because I literally just took a picture of the screen. So there's a lot of screen garbage all over this. But Willow's littermate. This is one of the puppies that we were going to look at picking up. His name is Ollie. And he's possibly the cutest puppy that I've ever seen. This is Ollie, Willow's littermate, and his ears haven't perked up yet. He's still got droopum ears, which is insanely cute. Look at how cute. Look at how cute he is. Oh my goodness. I can't stand it. Willow, of course, has both of her ears up. Makes her look a little larger. But yeah, Ollie's a super cutie. Jeez Louise, is he a cute puppy. That's not Willow, that's Ollie. Keto can help with type 2. Yeah, type 1's different though. Because if I don't eat any carbohydrates, my body will go into a mode that will show up looking like ketoacidosis and then turn into ketoacidosis. And I go to the hospital. That's why I'm saying Willow. Yeah, that's so much like Willow. Music is a little meandery. I'm gonna jump to a different one. There's the one thing about every day is that it gets a little backgroundy, like this. Okay, what else do I need to do? If we get around to it today, we might pull this stuff out, and I'll do very limited doses of it. Because from what I hear, this thing is really, 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 really bad for you. But I want to brush it onto the 3D print to see if we can seal it. Thought you were gonna say every day gets a little easier. That's that BoJack quote. Gets a little easier, but you got to do it. This is more like it. I like this track. This stuff, I don't know what happened to my silicone tubes. They've got like salt deposit in them or whatever. It's so weird. They just went milky white. So I don't know if we're gonna use this or black tubes on the final. I've been waiting months to see how this stuff works. I know, I've been meaning to get to it. There's just so much going on. And I don't wanna like destroy my fucking nose. Yeah, I think it could be hard water is what, I mean, if I wash those out, I'm guessing that they'll clear up immediately. Because remember, we measured the distance for the long haul so that we could test the leaking of the laser. Let's get to work. We got work to do. Let me get the music out of here, even though I am enjoying it. We got work to do. We got work to do. We got a job. We are trying to get. Sorry, I just muted myself instead of turning off. Starts soon. One sec. Let me go get something. Get the thing that I printed last time. I had a hell of a Wednesday. I bought something that I'm not telling you guys about for $1,000, and it turns out to be something slightly different from what I needed, and I cannot return it. I can't do an exchange on it because there's too much paperwork involved, and I accepted the package. So I bought a frog. Yeah, I bought a frog for a lot of money. I'm not telling you guys about it because it's my frog, not yours. Anyway, yeah, big oopsie whoopsie. It is so slightly different from the thing that I was supposed to get that I can live with it, but it's annoying. It's really annoying to have made such a large mistake. Is it the largest financial mistake that I've made? No, because the factoring in that it's not that big of a deal, but I got something slightly different than what I intended to order. I don't know. It affects me, you know? You think about it all the time. Anyway, what are we working on today? We're not talking about my financial idiocy. Yeah, at least it wasn't losing money in the stock market, because that's super easy to do too. Anyway, what are we doing? Well, this is Oh Bother channel. Work on electronics here. We used to work on electronics with a backdrop of a giant wooden XY laser etching table that automatically burns the names of subscribers onto itself, completely without my intervention. We designed it, we coded it, we deployed it, and it worked for several years. Then we did minor updates, and then it worked for several years. And I have two giant wooden backdrops that are filled with subscriber names. This is a take on sort of the whiteboard Twitch board where they write down the names of subscribers and shake they asses in the camera. Well, I'm not doing that. I don't have an ass. I've been told this. So instead, what I'm doing is permanently etching names onto a block of wood in my shop. And that can be very funny because Twitch has some ridiculous fucking screen names. There's some really, really good ones that ended up getting etched onto the previous board. Well, now it's time for the third version of the board, and I've decided to go ham on a lot of the different design stuff that we are bringing to the table here. I've learned a lot about Fusion 360 and 3D printing over the years, and so now we can incorporate, we can roll in, we can fold in. You gotta fold it. So you're not just stirring it, you gotta fold the change in. We're folding all of these new changes into the final product, and then for the next version of the board, it's going to be completely different. There will be a complete departure from this. It will no longer. I got it in my head. I'll tell you guys about it sometime. But I should save that because we're going to have a couple years of this one running. So with that said, we have been noodling around and working on various facets of the board. It's going to be water cooled for the memes, and also because that's an effective way to cool a laser. In order to do that, I need to seal the 3D print that goes around the laser. There's a very minor layer connection issues with 3D prints, and when you have a little bit of pressure on that water going through it, you end up having just the sidewall of your plastic leak. Very weird. Spent a long time trying to figure that out, and it turns out we probably need to use horrible, terrible chemicals. So I've been holding off on this one. And in the meantime, what we've been working on is the control panel that holds all the electronics. Now, there's no standardization here. I probably should have used like a Euro rack standard. That would have been nice. Instead, I have just cobbled together all of the stuff, and we have it at sort of a regular distance between two big rails. So that I've got runners along the wall that holds up the board itself, and then I put the corrugated black plastic over top of it just so that we can frame it a little better. So there's runners that run across. Everything in Burn the Subs mounts to those runners. At the end of the board, there's a big open space, and so that big open space is where the control panel exists. We need indicator LEDs to see whether or not this thing is on the Twitch API so that I know that it's running 24 hours a day. And I would like to have indicators that all of the power sources are running as well. The more blinking lights that we put on this thing, the easier it'll be for me to diagnose it while I'm rolling by it drunk. So we've been working on that. We've made some progress. Oh yeah, that goes over there. Okay, sorry. I thought I mirror imaged this thing by accident. We've made some progress. We did some design in Fusion 360, and we were able to make the control panel and all of its little decorative touches. And then I put that over to the printer on Wednesday, and I managed to print out a part, first time, that actually looks pretty good. It's kind of a little difficult to see the labels. Well, when it's backlit, it's kind of difficult. But it's kind of a little difficult to read the labels from the front, but I think it's okay. I think it'll work out. Push comes to shove, I could always take like a magic marker to them and darken them up. But I think this is okay. And I think this will work out. So we'll put LEDs behind, we'll put LEDs in the LED holes and dim them up, because if we're viewing an LED directly, it's a bad scene. It might also behoove me to put a circuit board behind this. That might be the direction that I want to go. Not totally certain though. If I put a circuit board behind it, I guess that'll be super visible though. It would mean that I could use surface mount LEDs, but at the same time, it's kind of a waste of a large circuit board area, huh? I don't really have anything to tie down wires back here too. But yeah, let's put a little bit of this together. While we're working on this, I would like to have the opposing side ready to go. So let's do that. Working on the subs board, I'll believe it when I see it. You go fuck yourself. All right, so this little piece right here is another piece that I've been sort of iteratively designing, hence the title today. Print, test, print, test, print, test, print, test. This guy right here is supposed to simulate a DIN rail, but also be small enough that I can staple it onto some of the rail here so that we can hold a giant circuit breaker sort of underneath and behind the board. Speaking of which, thank you for the 8 months, Captain Terrific. Very nice of you. I appreciate that. Where did the wrench go that I was using? There it is. So yeah, this is just a very simple little block that I made based on the part that I downloaded from GrabCAD. Kind of a cool little flow of stuff. Is basically you can oh, here we go. There, I wasn't loosening it before. You can find a part, get a 3D model for it on a website, design something around that model, print it, and then have it actually fit perfectly. Pretty crazy. All right, so this is supposed to hold the DIN rail circuit breaker snug so that I can operate it while this thing is up against the wall. Go. that nice and even. And I don't know if that's in right or left. I might have had it a little too far. So the problem was with the other one that it just slid off because the DIN rail doesn't hold. It doesn't hold stuff on this axis. Gravity with the DIN rail stuff, gravity is supposed to be this way. In the case of the mounting of this thing, gravity is this way, which causes it to slide off and fall. But I think this will fit nicely. I think so. Okay, I gotta move it over a little bit. Just a little scooch. Tighten it up. Okay, there you go. Ah, yes, my breakneck chat pace around here. Incredible, incredible. So many chat messages. Oh, that fits nicely. Hey, I think we got it finally. I just turned this into a bit more of a ramp so that it was a bit stronger. Yeah, so that's gonna fit. I need to move this up a little bit because it needs to be above the bottom of this thing, above the floor plate, just a little bit. So that's easy enough to do now. Just boop, 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 and boop. Actually, in the case of this thing, gravity is going to be that way, so it will hold. Yeah, we'll just sling it under a little bit there. Two purposes of this little piece of rail now. One, it holds up that circuit breaker, but then two, it provides a little bit of structure to this part without relying on the stuff on the panel to provide structure. All right. There we go. Move this thing up here. The problem is it's very tall because that's just what Burn the Subs is. It's just extremely tall. What bugs me is how much this looks like a face. Like the mouth and an eye. I don't know. So yeah, now I've got a circuit breaker underneath this thing that I don't know if that's 20 amps or not. That might be too many amps. Breakout board using 2mm pin spacing. I wish we had gone with millimeter for the standardizations of circuit boards, but they've been around long enough that everything was English and not metric at the time. It's unfortunate, and we're just stuck with it forever. Some surface mount stuff has gone to millimeter, though. What name does it? I don't want to name it because then that'll give it power. Yeah, so those turned out pretty good. These actually are pretty readable. The little oval things. Not amazing, but it worked out. I mean, it at least looks okay. And then we've got the holes for the two tube fittings that I'm still waiting for in the mail. And then this is for the DB connector. It might need a little massaging for it to actually fit a DB connector. Let me test that right now. Yeah, I really don't want to encourage that to be the face of Burn the Subs because I don't like it. It's not goofy. It's not fun. It just looks shitty. It looks shitty and uninspired. I'm very particular about this sort of thing. Where did the DB connector go? It was over here, and I was using it as a size guide. Is it on the other desk? It might be. Let me just quickly peruse for a DB connector because I know it's around. No, it's not at the other desk. What did I do with it? Let's see here. I could have put it in a bin because I've been kind of like I've been exploring some of the bins around here and trying to neaten up a little bit. I haven't had a lot of time though. You know, dog stuff has taken up most of my time. Starting to get used to it though, and being able to actually get down here and focus and work on the things that I need to work on. It's been kind of tough. It's been a process. Uh-oh, I just bumped my phone. Is it not charging? I need you to charge, phone. I need you to charge on this shitty Twitch charger that they sent me in a partner care package. I guess they randomly distribute those things too. They're like, hey, we got like a Twitch partner package available to you. Would you like it? And I'm like, yeah, why not? And so they sent me a bunch of garbage. I have Twitch socks that I don't use. Okay, so what did I do with the DB connector? Because we definitely had it over here. I definitely attached it to a couple different boards. What could I have done with a DB connector that would render it completely gone? It would end up in something, right? I don't want to get a new one because, you know, I have others, but I don't want to, I don't want to populate the area with DB connectors that I'm not using, you know? don't think it ended up in any of this stuff. Maybe in here. They've been out for some time, so I guess it stands to reason that they might disappear. Oh, here's part of what I wanted to do with the DB connector. Maybe the rest of it's in here? Negatron. It doesn't look like there's anything in there. No DB connectors in that bin. Where else would... If you was a DB connector, you was hungry. Let me see here. Looking around the shop for something that I lost. That's how it goes around here. I just want to test fit it to see if we need to do any iterative stuff with this panel. I think I can cut with a knife the stuff around the DB connector if I need to actually fit it specifically, but yeah. But I would like to put a little closure on this part of the design, which I'm not going to be able to do. I don't know where the fuck I put the stupid connector. What did I do with it? How could I lose it so completely? How could I lose it? How could I lose my mind? Well, that's fairly simple. That's a fairly simple process, and it just involves working with yourself long enough to go crazy. What the hell? Okay, fine. I don't know what the hell happened to the DB connector that I specifically took out for this project. Oh, there it is. I found it. I put it in a little bin that got pushed all the way out here with the pump and a bunch of other stuff. Here it is. Okay, cool. Found it. God. This is the same thing that's driving me crazy with the latches that I wanted to use, because I don't know where they ended up. And they might have been tossed out somewhere, which I wish I had a definitive answer as to whether or not they'd actually have been tossed out. Yeah, see that? It's close to fitting. I think maybe all I need to do is just work the edge a little bit. There. Get you guys in focus at least. I need to move this to the other screen. I'm not used to looking at it while working. I need it on the other screen in order to be able to work, and I've been putting the computer work window up on the monitor that I usually use when I'm working, because all of my thumbnails looked like I was just looking at my belly button the whole time. Because when I'd work on the computer, I'd be looking sort of more downward, and the face cam's way above that. Ugh. The things I do to not look like a freak when I'm streaming. Ooh, nice and snug. Hey, pretty good. Pretty good. Now, if I wanted to go in from the other end, that would work because it's so much larger. So if I wanted to do it this way, it would look like that. Which is a little weird because that's a weird kind of face for the hole. If I do it like this, then I can put these guys on it, and those will hold it in. That was sort of the justification for why I had it this way. I could still put a bolt back there, but I think plastic against the plastic will be enough. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. I need to get the other one too. Burn the subs over to the side and then get some of this thing over here. This down here. Just put this right there. I probably should have made it a little thicker than 2 millimeters, huh? I mean, 2 millimeters is like, that's okay for a panel like this, but at the same time, more plastic would have meant more threads acting on it, which would have meant more pressure, which would be more capable of holding down more plug. What are you doing? What are you doing? We get the fuck out of here. I never asked for you to come to my stream. No, anyway, we're working on my sub board, which is powered by the Twitch API. A pretty cool project that we've had for many, many years around here. When you unscrew the cable, we'll unscrew from plastic. Yeah, you know, it'll probably, if I don't put a bolt behind this, it'll end up unscrewing this part. But I don't really have the screw locks on it. What did I do? You didn't do anything. We're working on my subboard, which is a Twitch-powered wooden board on my wall. I actually did just finish explaining it, whatever. Giant XY table on my wall that has a live edge board on it this time. I have 2 other boards. We've had this project for a long time. But what it is a Raspberry Pi and an XY controller that will get on the Twitch API, And then when a name of a sub comes in, it does some stuff to vet it out, and then it turns it into G-code on a database. And when it detects that G-code on the database is ready to burn, it streams it over to something that will control the X and the Y, move the laser around, bada bing, bada bingus. You have an automated XY laser etching table. So that's what we're working on. I'm working on the panels that are going to go on either side of the power supply, because we got a little bit of space behind this big clunky power supply that I decided to use. I wanted to use a nice high quality power supply, and I think I got this off of eBay a while back. It's big. It's kind of a big area. Burn the subs as a control panel. It's very vertical. Now, it would be nice to go side by side and do 2 layers of stuff, because then the power supply could like be over here, and then the control panel could be like even with the reservoir and the radiator, because we're water cooling it, because we're a bunch of freaks, so we can't be helped but to do the weirdest thing we possibly could manage. I don't know. Now, as for the DB connector, the DB connector is ensuring that I can take this entire setup and I can unplug it and then move the control panel over to here where I can work on it. Having the DB connector outside and not recessed in any way at all whatsoever is bothering me. I can't, from a design perspective, I hate it. I hate it. I've decided that from a design perspective, I hate this. I hate it here. I think what I want to do is put the DB connector behind, and we will hold on to it with a couple nuts. And that's just the way it'll be, and everybody else can live with it, because fuck you, that's why. I don't know if people are acclimated to, like, if you are entering a tech channel, they're typically very grumpy. Usually very grumpy, and it's kind of unnerving when a tech person is too nice. And then on top of that, I'm from Philly, so what do you expect? You're gonna get sassed no matter what, and sometimes it's just for fun. But some people, and I know you get it. I'm not specifically talking about you, but I've had people who just don't understand. You know, like if I single you out and I say something, if I'm like awful to a person, that means that's actually, it should be endearing. It should be endearing. That's how it should be treated. It means I'm paying attention to my chat and I'm having fun. I need to find a nut. But I got portable nut. PSP. It's like a portable nut. I love those commercials. I can't get my greasy fingers can't actually grab any of this stuff. I don't know if these are the right size. I'm just kind of grabbing stuff from the same bin. I think I saved these because they were like extra wide. Oh, but they're not going to agree with the size of... Maybe I don't use these. Would these work? I don't want to be grabbing too many tools in order to, you know, edit any of this stuff, in order to work with Burn the Subs. I'm new viewer. I know you are. I know you are. It helps me identify that. Twitch does now. Nope, didn't work. How about this? This one, different threads? Sometimes these DB posts can be all kinds of different... Okay, that almost screws to the entirety of the nut, and then it gets stuck. How close to the same threads are these things? Wait a minute. How does that even legal? How is that even legal? It goes almost to the end of the nut, and then it gets stuck. Why? What happened? Who hurt you? Oh, maybe it's just the... Yeah, that one goes all the way down. Why does the other one not? What's wrong with you? Are they slightly different? No, I tried to grab two of the same. Relatable. Yeah, try to be relatable every now and then. Sometimes you just can't. Okay, get this out of there. Focus the camera. All right, I'm trying to use similar hardware for all this stuff. The advantage of that is that, you know, obviously, I don't have to go hunting for parts as I change stuff out. Now, this will have to be removed in order to get all the cables on it, which means that when I do remove it, this goes into the case. So, other spectrum, what do you mean? Other spectrum. All right, let's get this thing in here. Yeah, so the mounts are for 2 tubes. That is definitely a different thread pitch. What the okay, hold on. Hold on, I gotta take both of these off. Oh, the forward-looking infrared, the thermal camera is for fun. Because it's cool to be able to see heat vision. So if I have it, I'm going to use it. We have it on a webcam module, and it's actually Velcroed right next to the camera. But I do a lot of soldering. We do a lot of, like, electronics work. At least I try to. We're not in that realm right now, but when we are, it's cool to be able to see stuff in thermal vision. It's, you know, I also use it as kind of an educational tool and channel and stuff like that. I don't know. I get asked stuff like that, and it's like, it should be obvious. There's no special reasons for a lot of the stuff around here, though. You know, you don't need special reasons for everything. Why are you different? Why are they different? Why are you different threads? Was one cross-threaded in a previous life? They're, like, so similar to one another. I think this one is just damaged. I wonder if I have one that's not damaged. This is how I end up with bins full of damaged stuff, though. You need some moisturizer, bro. Bro! Let's see here. I sound like Frankenstein's monster when I do that. He's alive! Bro! That one's a totally different one. This is a matching set. Hey, none of that. I want you guys to not use the fart box, okay? Can you guys just do that for me? Can you please just don't use the fart box? I mean, I've said it. I told you guys not to, and then you just went and you triggered the fart box to go off. I mean, I made this thing specifically so that channel points could be used to make a sound in the physical world, an actual sound in my shop that is fairly disruptive. And I kindly asked you guys not to use it. I mean, I don't want you guys using the fart box. It is distracting. It is going to take me away from my work. And if you guys just keep using it like you do, you know, typically that's when a fartalanche would be triggered, and that was supposed to be the joke, but I don't have enough people here yet for it to actually trigger a fartalanche. Damn it. That totally ruins the joke, because now it actually seems like I'm mad at you guys, which I'm not. All right, you do it now, but the joke's over. The joke is over. I've already declared the joke not funny, because it almost seemed a little too real for a minute, because nobody was doing the joke. You guys have ruined it. You already ruined it. You already ruined it, Twitch chat. You guys ruin everything. This is just another on the list of casualties of Twitch chat. If I was a larger channel, I would have done better. I would have done better, and it would have been actually kind of zany and fun. But now it's just sad. It's just people, like, tune into the channel and they just shake their heads. They just slowly shake their heads before closing the window and trying not to ever think about it again. Moving on with their lives as best they can, given what I have injected into their brains. It's a sad, sorry state of affairs. Somewhat like a wet fart. I'm just poking around in the bin right now to see if I can find matching. I spent all my points at a fartalanche. Yeah, we had one just recently, so it's okay. Did you ever make a quick switch to turn off the fart box after we spammed it when your doctor called? No. I have that. There's literally just like a red LED on that plug. I can just unplug it if I need to. Double reverse psychology with a double dose of deadpan. It's my particular style of extraordinarily dry humor. All right, let's see here. So many layers of irony. I can't even tell. I don't even know what's real anymore. Why are there so many different styles of this fucking thing? Why? What have you done to me? These match, but are these metric? I need it to fit with this particular bolt. These particular bolts, because these come from the Maker Beam stuff. Why is that one cut? Wait a minute. What happened here? Who hurt you? Wait, what is this? What? Huh? Hold on a minute. Hold on, we got mysteries afoot. What happened to you? I must have mounted it on something and then sanded or filed. They look like little hot dogs? I don't... I don't know if I see it. Does anything cylindrical look like a hot dog? By the way, while the US military was testing cruise missiles, guess what the most frequent shape of UFO sighting was? It was a cigar-shaped ship. And when we were testing out the F-117 and the U-2, guess what shapes were the most common UFO sightings? Interesting. That's my anecdote about hot dogs. Do-do-do-do-do. Work. Please work. It doesn't work. Those are totally... I think this is English threads. Which is the one that actually screwed in? Some of them are different threads. Why did everything in the past... all this stuff works in English sizes. I'm so sick of English-sized everything. You know, you frickin' colonize the entire goddamn planet for spices. Why is your food so bland? Okay, so this is the one that fit. This one was probably forced into being metric, which is why we see all the damage to the threads. Probably means that I can also just back this thing out with my hand. Yeah, I can just back it out with my hand. So this is effectively, this has to be a different size wrench to put these on. Yeah, I can, that's just what they are. That's the DB standard, I guess. So if you're putting a DB connector in, it's 1990 and you're putting a DB connector on it, get these out of here. These are gross. They disgust me. They're disgusting. I feel worse for having them on camera. Get the Borb mug. There we go. That calms me down a little bit. If you're putting a DB connector onto your science device and it's the year is 1990, I guess you're compelled to put English threads on English threaded posts on it so that it can be locked in. I don't even know if I'm gonna have. Ow! I just poked a screw and it hurt. I don't even know if I'm gonna have a plug that has like something to screw in. English food is like eating dishwasher soap. It's got some taste and smell, but not the smell and taste you want. Celia, I don't know if you can talk. You herald from a land that buried a shark they were unable to eat and let it ferment into mostly ammonia. And somebody thought it would be a cool idea to try to eat it on a cracker. Which it's apparently not that bad. It's apparently not that bad. I forget how to pronounce it though. Ammonia's good for plants. This is oh, I can't pronounce it. I had the good pronunciation of it and I tried to learn it and I forgot. I had the good pronunciation of it because a YouTuber that I follow was recently in Finland and Sweden and all that. And he had some Harkarl. I think there's something different about the spelling of it, but yeah. That's the Swedes, not Norwegians. Oh, okay, I got it a little wrong, sorry. That's like saying I'm from Delaware. Ugh. Hi, I'm in Delaware. Put it up to dry so it becomes stiff like a cracker. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, aren't there like, you hang it on like a rack, right? I think I saw something about that. We had some from Russia that we were going to open during a LAN party, and I was like, I just don't want to puke today, you know? There was a recent, I think like a TikToker opened some up in his car, which is just suicide. That's just suicide. That's all that should be categorized under self-harm. He opened it up in a car with cloth seats. Yeah, dried and or fermented fish, either one. So the one with two things on it fits, and I've got one pair of those. I try to save DB connector pins like this. It's not like they're hard to come by. See, these aren't going to be compatible with everything else. That's what bothers me. Okay, so I do have one of these that kind of fits. What up, Demi? We were just talking about... I can't pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce that fucking thing. The shark that you guys put out to ammonia ferment. By the way, I need to actually do that with the hot peppers this year. I want to try doing that, where you have to, what is it? Adam Ragusia did a video on pickling things, and he has some really good guides, and I'm probably going to buy the National Standard Pickling book That's Iceland? Okay, Surströmming. There we go. I was saying the wrong thing. Absolutely the wrong thing. I was completely off from that. Oh, well. I'm just not really good at knowing. I know a lot of Swedish and Scandinavian, in general, people these days. Being cool with the Rabaz streamer has a lot of Scandinavian baggage. Plus the time that I stream, there's a lot of you people around. But I should know better. I should know better. Oh, good. These ones that I put aside don't actually. Oh, that's great. That's just. I'm so happy for that. They don't. I can't spin them, so I have to use this method where I'm totally ruining any sort of connection to the plastic. I'm just running those threads like an auger through the plastic. Oh, there's a Greenland shark that makes that carp. You could say crap here. It's okay. I'll allow you one or two usages of the word. I'll clear that with Twitch HQ. That's Iceland. Somebody puts Surströmming into the ventilated intake at my school. My daughter goes to. School got closed for 4 days. I hear the way to do Surströmming, and I'm not saying that correctly. Don't try to make me pronounce it correctly. I'll have to listen to it at a later date. But the reason that the way that you're supposed to open it is underwater. You put it underwater, then open it, and that's where everybody goes wrong. So they open the can, and because of the fermentation, it's pressurized, and then ends up exploding and getting the wonderfully smelling stuff all over everything, and it becomes an issue. But it really shouldn't be an issue. You should just open it underwater and then put it on a cracker. It looks like it burnt a little bit up here. I got a little bit of burning on the 3D print. By the way, the 3D print worked out pretty well. It's actually decently legible if you catch the light just right. And I don't know, maybe I need to print it out in an opaque print, because I think it might look a lot better in opaque. I was thinking I'd put all kinds of lighting behind the thing, but I think an opaque print on this, and maybe I don't want it to be shiny though. If I print this directly on the glass bed, it'll be like bright and super shiny and basically like reflective almost. And I don't think that would help you read it any better. But this matte surface, I don't know if I like this patterning on it. The smell's the kind that crashes on your couch for a week after the party. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, this might actually make it into the final burn the subs. It's possible that I could get slightly different filament and print it. You know, I've been trying to kind of uniformly design everything, and that's kind of fell to the wayside a little bit with burn the subs. The uniform design, I mean, once I have all the files for it ready to go, I can do another set of prints that will put everything into the right color scheme. Because right now I was just matching what I did up here, and I'm trying to use up this filament because I don't really like it. Put a pause on the second to last layer. It would be the first layer. Yeah. Color the label with marker, then continue to print. I saw that panel guide for making you can take a piece of what is it, the like transparency, and you can print on that, or you can take the backing for printable stickers. When you run out of printable stickers and you peel everything off of that backing, you can color print onto that backing and then transfer that to something else. And you got to figure out your transfer method. But one of the things you can do is put it on the 3D printer and have the printer print over it, and it will transfer to the print. Now there's a whole method to doing that I don't know a lot of the steps for. And it seems to be very fiddly to me. But apparently it's pretty doable, and people have figured it out. And it makes very, very nice labels on things. I'm not going to do that for this. I'm not going to do that for this. It would be neat, but I don't think I want to do that. If I wanted to get a different texture here, a different matte texture, different tapes, like different painter's tapes will carry different textures. And then like a sheet of steel will also have sort of a matte texture to it. Mine is a coated piece of glass, and the little reflections that you're seeing there are the parts of glass that are exposed to the print. The matte finish part is the part that's coated. I don't know why they did it that way. I guess they wanted to have little bits of the glass there so that the PETG would stick better. It's too effective. I mean, the material can come up sometimes, which might be what this is. That might be part of my print bed. No, it looks like it just dragged a booger into the print over here. Yeah, booger got in. Oh well. LOL. It really does love glass. There's not much else that PETG enjoys more than glass. It will stick to glass better than anything you've ever experienced. All right, what kind of LEDs do I have here? I got some of these. I got some of... Those aren't LEDs. Where are my LEDs? Are they under Space Cop? Oh yeah, here's that old piece of optics that I have from something. I don't know. Like making holograms or something? It was some kind of like an imager, and for some reason they scraped out the center of it. I don't know why they have... This is a really weird thing. I don't know what the hell this is. I can see a bit of an interference pattern from it though. I wonder what it exactly is. Huh. Weird. Okay. PGG and glass bed equals, yeah, bring glass with you onto print. Yep. I got some prints that have little glass crystals on them. These are UV. Those are out. Orange. Only got so many of those because I use so many orange LEDs. I like 3mm LEDs. I think it's a really good size of LED. What I'm doing is I'm trying to get to all this stuff that's been stashed way back here. There's some bags of stuff all the way back here that have LEDs in them. This is like the part that nobody, like the part of the shop that no one sees. All the way back here with the rejects. I gotta remember that I have a logic analyzer. Yeah, there's a light bulb there too in case we do anything with AC. Yeah, it's like a CD. I think it's some kind of like a weird what is it called? I don't remember. You know what? I have no capacity for memory storage at this point. It was used in some kind of an optical experiment, so I think it might have been some kind of an imager that's supposed to do interference patterns, but I don't know. I don't think I stored the 3mm LEDs anywhere. I think I just had like blue, orange, white. I had some weird colors. I don't know what happened to them. Anyway, here's the 3mm LEDs that we can use, which are orange. Orange is a decent color for an indicator, right? Easy on the eyes. I can't believe that orange is actually a subset of brown. It's actually brown. These actually don't fit. Hold on. Oh, they fit from the front. Okay, so I need to just like ream these a little bit in order to put them back into being smooth and round, which I don't know if I have a ream of the specific size. I have a repair ream, but that might overdo it. I never use reams, but I'm bringing them out today because I never use them. Never use these things. I don't know. Brown is all the color. No, it's orange is a brown. Everything in the 80s was very orange. I don't know if people realize that. You know, they use all these color palettes to indicate that something is like the 80s. But what they forget is that everything was wood veneer and everything was brown because everyone smoked in the 70s. very brown decade. And then everything became super duper duper bright in the 90s. I'm kind of striking out here. I don't think I have 3mm. This is, by the way, this is how you piss off a machinist, is by storing stuff the way I am. This, all the sharp blades of all these things are all hitting each other. Yep. I saw someone smoking inside of a casino in Vegas recently. Messed with my head. Yeah, isn't that weird? Are there still casinos you can smoke in? That's weird. I don't want to go to them. I'm so happy that people weren't smoking indoors anymore. Go outside, you filthy animal. These are that's too big. That's gonna overdo it. Repair ream. This is like the worst. This is in the worst shape. But I guess the tapered ream is gonna have to do this one. Nope, it's too small. Drill bit. Time for a drill bit. You know, I tried to do the right thing. I tried to do right by this, but the universe said no. And so now I'm back to my ways. Back to my ways of horrible hedonistic drill bit usage. See if I got a 3mm that just happens to be sitting right here. Ha ha. Can I cook or can't I? Let me get a drill from all the way from the other side of the world. I gotta go. I gotta get on an airplane and get my drill. I'll be back. I'll be back one day. Just try to remember me in your songs and stories. I'll always be with you in your hearts of your hearts, and deeper than that. Okay, there's the drill. Drill and a battery. Bada bing. I'm back. I came back. Boop. The LEDs need to be a little bit of a press fit, and I guess the holes were not quite large enough, and then the printer printing small stuff ends up not quite making a good hole. So this is just standard 3 printer crap that I'm dealing with. If my printer was better, and I'm sure everybody has suggestions on exactly what they want me to do with my printer, that I won't do. We know the drill. Eee. I could probably have gotten this to print and immediately be usable. But here we are. One of the things that I probably should also do is thicken up the edges of these parts. Those should have like a little post behind them, just so that they're supported a little bit better on the plastic. It should be okay, actually, though. This seems pretty strong. This DB connector doesn't really seem to be going anywhere, so I think that's all right. And actually, you know what? The thickness of this made it so that I could just barely... Yeah, these actually are sticking above the DB connector a little bit, so I'm actually going to want to put different ones in this. Bitch about it until somebody sends you a new one. Yeah, wouldn't it be nice? I mean, I've had people send expensive stuff, and it's always a little awkward. I mean, you know, we talk about it here as if like it would be the coolest thing ever if somebody sent me stuff, but it's kind of awkward because, like, I don't know. I'm just some weirdo, you know? I don't deserve that. I don't deserve to be sent stuff. I don't deserve that. It would be nice though if the channel could take off a little bit more, and I could get a little bit more fanfare around what I do, because I don't know. I'm people come in and I'm like the big badass oh bother, this guy on Twitch who's actually making it all work out, and that's cool. But I'm still like I'm a little tiny peanut compared to some of the other people on the platform. I don't have the YouTube audience, you know, to make me an cool guy. Fanfare. What is this? Why is everybody farting at me all of a sudden? Why are you farting? Why is this happening to me? Oh my God, that was almost. I want to talk about. Okay, let's see. I gotta find a different matching pair. The little captured washer is pushing it above the level of the connector. You can see there's a little mismatch right there. I don't scream enough. There are plenty of popular streamers that don't scream all the time. I'm hard pressed to name them, but they exist. They're out there. Where's these two, but one of these is bad, so I can't use them, and I keep wanting to use them. I guess I could use the ones without the washer on it, but that might drill into the plastic a little bit. It would still be too tall. What the heck? Who did this? Who made this crap? Who built this? Who built this? I don't abuse chat and no butts on stream. I don't, you know, I was mean to that one guy. I was mean to that one guy. Yeah, you can be mean, kind of, and then I feel bad. Yeah, Tom was hitting merch a little while ago. I think somebody, no, I got sent that by a friend. It's 3 Mares. I think she went on his merch store and got that. We were, when I got sent that what do you call it? When I got sent the Sony Handycam, we were looking at that. it was really cool to zoom in on the board mug in sort of that 1990s looking camera. We got one guide. Whenever I see the meow now, I'm trained to think that flatulent gonad is in chat. What happened here? Oh, that worked out perfectly. Good. Well, actually, no, it's cross-threading. There it is. Board backpack. That's not gonna, wait a minute. That's not even gonna work. All right, I'm going back to what I had before. I think that'll work. The DB connector might not be plugged in all the way, but I think all the electrical connections will still be there. Can't push 5 amps out of it though. I think instead of dwelling on this for too long, we're just gonna move on. These fasteners kind of expect you to have a sheet metal plate, which is less than 2 millimeters thick. This is 2 millimeters, so it pushes things out a little bit too far. You bought yourself an electric backpack. Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Electric backpack hovercraft? That sounds like something that you would buy after selling, like, candy bars. The most candy bars in the region. A leaf blower. Ah, I should have known. Should have known. Now you have the ability to inflate stuff. And or just generally add to the noise floor of suburbia. We had a neighbor for a while that would just, in the evenings, it was just his thing to do. He would just go and blow probably what was one singular leaf around his, right in front of his garage. And he would just do that all evening until the sun was fully down. It was obnoxious. It was so bad. Like, well, I guess he's got that leaf. I don't know why it was so utterly important for this man to have a clear driveway, but fall was always a nightmare with this man. So yeah, those are our indicator lights, and I'm tempted to put a circuit board on these so that I could put a wire, like a cable connection on it, or I could just wire them up in here and then have a connector at the bottom that I could unplug. Any updates on WindowCat? No, I've seen no evidence of WindowCat in several years now. I don't know. WindowCat has either moved on or no longer is around. I don't think dead. I don't think the cat's dead, but I don't know. I don't know anything. I've not seen a cat in this neighborhood for some time. These were supposed to be pressure fit, and they're all falling out all over the place, which is making me annoyed. Promoted to door cat. WindowCat could be kept inside at this point. I don't know. The only indicator that I have that WindowCat ever exists is the chatter of birds in the neighborhood. Because when WindowCat was around, all the birds were squawking all over the place. But nobody in the neighborhood is known to own cats. So that is an out-of-neighborhood cat. And there's been a fox about. We've had a fox wandering around. So I don't think the two of them are having a get-together. But the smell of fox being around could discourage the cat from wandering too far. God damn it, those two just fell out. These are going to be kind of tough to read, aren't they? If they're clear orange LEDs, I'll have to rough up the front face of them. So we're probably going to need a circuit board in there in order to hold everything. So we will work on that. But what I'll do before that is we need to finish designing the other side. And I need to get that to start printing so that we have it by the end of the stream today. So let's get to that. Let's get to that. Because yeah, those LEDs are falling out all over the place, and they're like falling out way too easily. The drill bit was a bad idea, but at the same time, I mean, I guess I probably could have just pressed them in. But yeah, this is okay. This is somewhat readable. In the future, I guess what I could do, I don't feel like doing that. If I have to do this again, what I can do is have diffusion, like have 3D printed plastic that'll diffuse the light around, and then I can print like a solid piece with holes in it, and then have that section light up. And I could even do a thing where I print the first couple layers in clear filament and have maybe standoff or like a support material in the clear filament, and then instruct the printer to stop and then switch to black. And then, sorry. start in black and then instruct the printer to stop and then print clear from then on. And I could actually do that with this if I really feel like it. I could do all the way up to a certain level in clear and then the black backing. That might actually look pretty good. Well, it'll be too universal though. Okay, anyway, we're over here now. This is where we live now. We're over here. So we need to get this to be normal, like a normal design. So where did I move that plug? It looks like it's that step. So we got to move the plug to the right position. So I'm going to select this guy. And I'm going to move it. We're going to move it. I'm going to move it this way. Now, this is going up on my wall, so I would like this to be vertical. And I would like to be able to just sweep this with my hand and turn it on and off. So that's sort of the idea behind this. Now that I'm done this, finished position, and now we can actually design the solid that's going to make up sort of the windows for these things. I do want to do that square cut out of this. That's going to like, the power plug is going to be on top of that. I mean, I could move the power plug up, but then with the right angle connection, yeah, maybe I should move this whole thing above this piece. I never promised that. That's your joke, not mine. And I'm not about to steal your wonderful, amazing jokes. All right, so this one right here. And then that is not what I'm working on. Where are you? I need this thing, and then I need this thing. I need to move them in tandem. Take them and just move them up. Just to where it's clear, because I need to be able to get into this into this area in order to screw the thing onto the panel. Although I think this is maybe a little bit too far up. And to be fair, actually, we're using a different bracket, so it seems like I can, yeah. Okay, never mind. I don't need to worry about that. I don't need to worry about it at all. But then again, if I put it right there, that is definitely going to be blocking my ability to screw something in here, down here. So maybe I'll just be kind to myself and move it up like this. And it'll be blocked by the right angle connector. But at the same time, if I need to screw and unscrew this assembly from the wall, I don't have to try to dance around that connector. So I guess that's where it's going to go. It's a little awkward. It's a little awkward. This whole thing is a little awkward. I mean, why did Vicor decide to put a mount hole here and here, but not all the way up here? It's just weird. It's just weird. Why not just give us the four corners? So strange. All right, so those are already put in, and even with that, now we just need to devise an opening for them. So it'll be another 2mm thick panel, and I'll just translate the holes over. This thing is definitely going to need to have a screw on the other end, although I do have countersunk screws that look really nice that go into those particular types of plug, and that's these ones that came with the Maker Beam stuff. They're stainless steel, and they've got a good look to them, so. But they're not very long. That's the only problem with them. So if I undersize the hole, and I think these are 2.5mm. Yeah, like that's not long enough. It's too thin to get through everything. Where are my calipers? I guess I don't have them near me. These are 2.5, I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna make a 2mm hole, and we'll see if I can use a countersunk screw in it. Because what I did on the computer project is I wanted to use the hex. Actually, wait, we could open up anything from the computer project, and that'll tell me what the size of the bolts are. Computer, there we go. Screws. See, I need to make a universal folder for this. So the size of the hole that grips slightly would be this piece of hardware here that I've created. Usually I just use this as a visual guide and or a cutting implement. So diameter 3, close. Oh, the 3mm. I think that's a slip size though. Well, this didn't answer it. Well, these are the size that I need in order to get the, yeah, I think that's the wrong size. Where's like a Maker Beam rail? rails, rails. And then that's 2020. We want maker beam. Oh, yeah, I've already, wait a minute, I'm done. Close that. We just take it off of the corner cube. So what is that size? 3. So we're gonna do, is it, wait, 3 is a slip fit. Hold on, why we were in the middle of a position command, hold on. 3 is a slip fit. I think they're 2.5. So we want like a 2 millimeter hole, maybe 2.2. I think 2.2 would probably be what we want on these two. So we'll do 2.2 on that. The panel cutout is going to be a little weird on that one. Luckily, we are printing from this surface out, so we can get away with a lot of complexity in our design. Let us make a new sketch on this face. Create sketch. So now we have a nice clean sketch to work from, and all this hardware is going to be in the way at first. The first thing that I need to do, because we're on this surface, we've got everything pretty much that we need defined in order to create all the geometries for the border. However, I need a couple geometries from these two plugs so that I can get their position, their center positions, and I can make the appropriate cutout. We'll have to look at a sketch that I have for the computer project in order to make the ideal hole for this connector, because if I just base it off of that back, it's not going to fit properly. Just because I have a slightly differently designed connector that fits into this standard. So does that have a center point on it? It doesn't really look like it does. I mean, if I project just that backing right there, this face all the way, my sketch is here, so it's hard for me to actually get to where the program will let me select the back of this thing. That, or I take the 4 corners and I turn those into a guide. More than a few 632. Yeah. Well, I guess the center of the panel is this right here. So if I project that in, we can work from there. So project tool, this one here. This one here, this one, and this one. We don't necessarily need all of those, but it's just nice to see all that stuff there. That's not maybe going to be the end size. I have another project where I can grab that. So then from this one, we need to actually get to the back of it, and I need to project. Now it's going to be tough, actually. Well, if I can access that face right there, then that'll be good. But it's right up against where the sketch is. If I can get that back face right there, it needs to be wider than that, though. Or if I do it like the other one, and I just plan on using the projection in order to center stuff. So I'm going to do project again, and then we'll just use this in order to center whatever the cutout's going to end up being. We'll have to look up what the shape is supposed to be. There'll be a data sheet, and it'll tell us exactly what size panel to do. The problem is, again, like the other panel mount thing, it's meant to go into a sheet metal panel and not a 2 millimeter 3D print. So that is going to cause a couple issues as well. Actually, if you want to see it in the orientation it's supposed to be in, that's what it's supposed to be. Oh, and then I need one more thing. Oh, wait, no, I don't. No, I don't. All right, so I don't want to look at anything. I don't want any of this stuff in the way of my sketch. I want all of you out. Let's see. Why is it, what is this? Did I accidentally project that? Why is this projected into my thing? Hold on a minute. What? I must have accidentally clicked it. Oh God, what a mess. All right, project again. Let's just grab this stuff again. That was weird. That was weird. I must have clicked it when I was moving my view around. That one, and that one. And then this one. Oh God, it's so hard to select the right stuff. This drawing is so busy. Busy. Oh yeah, and I also need the 2 holes for the screws. Yeah. All right, so there's that. And then I need this one. It could be any of those, actually, because they're all sharing centers. And this one. There. Okay. So now I don't want to look at anything but my sketch, really. Yeah, good enough. All right. That, give it a radius. That's 1 millimeter. Oh, it's already got the 1 millimeter. Okay, cool. That's going to create... Was that -1? Yeah, that was -1. Control Z. This. Flip it. Okay. That's just going to give us that little outline that I'm doing as like a design thing. Other way. Bada bing. It also means my 2 millimeter panel is only held on by 1 millimeter filament. But I guess that's okay. I guess that's okay. I don't know. Okay, so now we don't need to look at those anymore because they're in the way. It'd be hard to select stuff with these things up in the way. Which one is... Just unview it all. I don't want to see anything. All right, so there's part of our geometry. It's funny that they don't project the edges of the sketch on. That would be very helpful. Oh, well. All right, so we know the location of the holes. Those are going to be 2.2 millimeter. Okay, it's got to think about it for a long time. That one is also 2.2. We're trying to get this done so that we can get it to start printing as soon as possible. So let's take a look at the dimensions from the computer project, and that'll help inform me on what to do, because I put a lot of work into that. So this would be the air-cooled PC upgrades. Right now, my computer is working, but it's a complete mutant. It really is a mess. I have like an external power supply on it. I would like to get back to the power supply project. Okay, so this is the cutout that fits the one that I physically have, and we just need to get information from it. So I can look at the sketch, see what we got here. So we did a center square, 28.3 by 20.7. 28.3, 20.7. Geez, weird numbers. Okay, so we need to center it on this, which I guess I could have just projected 2 of the lines in, and I would have ended up having all the information that I need. In fact, this is going to be too busy. It's going to be kind of a mess. So, center square, non-construction, 28.7, 20.7. I think it was 28.3. 28.3, 20.7, make sure that everybody is happy. Not you guys, I mean everybody in the drawing is happy. And double check. 28.3, 27. Okay, cool. Get rid of this. Don't need it anymore. They knocked it out of the park with their... Well, actually, 2.8 was the size of that one. Can I delete the projections? I can. Okay, so I'll just keep the 2 that are allowing me to center everything. There you go. Okay, nice and clean. Nice and clean. And then I'll do the chamfer for the edges later. That's probably like a couple, like a 2 millimeter chamfer. So this is our switch cutout. We could just outside radius this one, but the vertical, well, let's take a look at the switch. Let's see if we can find like a part number for the switch. So that was based on KCD 1-104. KCD 1-104. That doesn't quite look like the switch that I have. I mean, I guess it's close. Hands-on tech. What? At least in all the images for it, there's a clear panel cutout for all of these. Now, we will be cutting the panel for the KCD 1-104. We won't be cutting it for a generic... I mean, this is pretty generic, so I guess we'll just stick with this. But we'll want that vertical span to be a little bit larger than what they have here, because it's really meant to snap in to a panel mount, and it's not going to snap into this. It's going to sort of like fit in and just pressure fit itself. So it'll be impossible to take off too. 19.2.13.3. Oh, same procedure. We actually don't need any of this stuff. Well, let's just see what the sizing looks like first. So from construction line, center to center, and then that gives us our center point, and then middle box. I forget the numbers. I totally short-term memoried them. 19.2.13.3. 19.2.13.3. 19.2.13.3. And it fits inside of the other button. That doesn't seem right to me. That doesn't exactly strike me as correct. Let's look at the switch again. Oh, that's right, because we were running from there. No, I've never tried one of those, the 3D printing pens. Groovy Something had one he was going to play with. I don't know if he found it or not. He's looking around for it. Yeah, see how that barely gets to that point? But the 2 millimeters is going to like bite into this whole thing. So if we, I mean, I guess I could also chamfer. I could put like a ramp on the edges for that. Maybe that's how we do it. Maybe I chamfer the edge a little bit, and that will create a tighter mount for this on plastic. The alternative is to avoid it almost, as it'll almost poke out from behind the little overlap that this has, which is not really that great. It's not a great way to do it. I could also just put the ramp where this thing will be, which would be how wide? Yeah, hold on. Okay, I got an idea. I have an idea. The only problem is that this will be visible from the other side because this is an opaque print. So you'll be able to see all the weird, well, maybe not, because it'll be covered over. Okay. I have weird ideas, chat. I don't know what I'm doing. Measure this thing. 5 millimeter, okay. So now we don't look at this thing anymore. I'll come back here. That thing was 5 millimeters. I have to do a 2.5 millimeter line out of either end. That seems a little odd. I hate having to do structures like that. It would be nice if it would mirror image properly, or if because I can do a center square and that'll just cut into everything. I guess that's a way to do it. I don't know how far this way it goes either. So maybe that is a bad idea. I was just going to chamfer it on the 5 millimeter to either side, but I don't know how long that's going to be. So if I, yeah, maybe we do that with 3D tools or something later on, because yeah, that's our panel cutout. I would like to round those edges a little bit, but I don't know if I can. So yeah, we keep it square. Okay. So, all right, that's their prescribed panel cutout. I could probably lengthen this, but I think if we make it a thinner at the bottom and thicker at the top, you know, like a ramp, then I think it'll probably fit a little bit better. Or we'd have to do it from the back end anyway. Okay. So bring the solids back in because we're just going to make a bunch of cutouts. Doot. And then, I don't know. Oh, those aren't even involved. Those are all the way over here. All right. So, oh no, never mind. We're not going to cut out. We're going to create with omissions. Aha. So this, we want this, we want this, we want this. I'm not going to put labels on this. I think that would be kind of silly. What do you think the power switch does? If only there was a label. I'm going to do -2. Bada bing. So those are cutouts. Now I need that sketch back. Sketches. This one. And then I'm going to extrude. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. This. And this. -1. And that just creates a little bit of a thing. Yeah, just a little bit of a thing. We had that on the other side. Might as well do it on this side. Like this big blank panel right there. I could say burn the subs right on it. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Now, what kind of game you guys think I'm playing? Bit of an issue. This is a bit of an issue right here. All right, back it up, I guess. I need to make a line coming out of this because, hold on, Control Z. Actually, no, not Control Z. I don't want to Control Z. I just want to go back in time and hit this thing with a couple chamfers. So that would be also debating whether or not I want to make this panel thicker. That one. And this one right here. Yeah, I think it's a 4mm. There we go. Thickens that up a little bit. Let's make it a 3mm panel. Hopefully that won't get infill because I want it to be solid plastic, you know. Oh, and then I guess my extrusion step was exploded. No, there it is. Boink. Yeah, that's gonna be a little dicey on the 3D printer. So I guess what I'll need to do is just stop that line at a certain point. Let us do rewind time, go back to my sketch, and then I need to take that line, and I'll just go up from there. I don't really want it to be visible behind the connector, though. Well, whatever. Go straight up from there. Right? Oh yeah, this one too. Go down from here to the edge. And then down from here to the edge. Yep, finish the sketch. And now when I do this one, I can deselect that box and that box. Yeah, that'll have to do. It's just a decorative thing, so whatever. But hopefully it gets mostly covered by the hardware that goes in there. Boop, boop, boop. Now where is it? There it is. So you can see here that it clips in. And I don't really have anything in the design that can kind of help that. So what I could do is, there's all this stuff in the way. I really should have designed this stuff as individual files and then brought them all into a main file. The only thing is, if you're not using a version of the software, if you're using the free version of the software is what I meant to say, then you will have some trouble with that because they intentionally make that difficult. You have to archive old documents, and so you'll run into basically you'll have to do stuff like this where everything is in one big file because you have to archive the assemblies and stuff. You can't like jump into them and work on them. How's that gonna work? Is that gonna work? Why am I doing this? I'm picking at something at the back of my head. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start bleeding from the back of my neck. Great. I had like a pimple back there. Okay, let's put, oh, now it's painful. Nice. Let us put our switch back in and see if that looks better. Yeah, that looks more workable. Let's just hope that that translates into the 3D print. I mean, you can see the little claw still interferes with the panel here, although that's the size of panel that they wanted you to have. Blood for the pimple gods, I know, right? I think I had trouble with these when I got, because, you know, I let my hair grow way out during the pandemic, and then I got like a couple haircuts that really reduced the amount of hair that I had, and the pimples came about after that. They might have already existed back there when the hair was covering them, but now it's all exposed. Wow, that's a lot of blood. Why did I do that? God, it's like just like a nervous, not a nervous, I'm not nervous. It's just like one of those automatic, you know, you go into kind of like mental autopilot and then you end up doing dumb shit like what I just did. So do I want to do anything with this piece right here? This is not visible. This will not really ever be visible on camera. This view right here would potentially show that panel, but it would be blocked by most of the 3D printer filaments. Yeah, rip the scab right off, regret later. It felt good because I got like my nail under it. Shit, why did I do that? Now I need like a band-aid. Yeah, it's an instinct. It's like you shouldn't do that. It's not, you're not supposed to do that. I'm too dumb for my own good. Too dumb, too dumb, too dumb. When I do the LED panel here, I could possibly also put the other power supplies up against this. So this really is a useless spot in the entire design. Bump, 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 ba-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I mean, it wouldn't be too big of a deal if the DB connector was on the outside like this. It would, though, when you do it, like doing a DB connector like this, I'd rather have it recessed a little bit, which is why I was thinking of like separating, you know, making this a separate print that would screw in. But then this would be held up by the screws, and I know these connectors are not going to be very kind when it comes to plugging and unplugging softly. It still would have been cool to be able to recess everything a little bit inside of like an inset panel. It would look nicer, but due to the physical nature of the print, I'm not going to be able to do that. I wonder if I could get away with insetting it so that I'm... No, because these little legs right here are the reason that I'm printing from this side. It would have been cool if I could do the panel here and make it thicker. But what is the thickness of this piece? Oh, this piece of junk. Oh, that's right, 12 millimeter. Okay, so that's 12 millimeters. So if I made it 6 millimeters thick, no, that'd be a bad idea. Some of the stuff might work with a 6 millimeter inset. Like, yeah, that stuff, you know what? I think everything would actually work with that. Have it stick up and then have a thing going in, because that would work too, because look at all the threads on that. I better not. I'm just idea crafting everything, and it's, I don't know. Let's just stick with what we got. It'd be so, well, it wouldn't be that complicated for me to do, but it would be sort of a weird change of things. Plus these little guys I would have to put up on supports, and then I would have to break off the support and then file them flat, which really isn't all that much to go through, to be honest. And then everything looks cooler. Oh my God, why am I convincing myself of this, chat? Why am I convincing myself to set these inside a little bit when the rest of this thing just looks like a clunky POS? I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. They're going to stay where they are. It just would look fancier. I don't need it to look that fancy. All right. Before I go insane with what could be, let's do what is and actually make this. I got plenty of room under this thing for all the connections too. So this will be good. This will be good. This will be good. And then Burn the Subs now has a power switch. I do still need a button that would activate the board for the day. Although I think we want to make that a sort of a Node-RED thing. So while I'm streaming, the board will be activated automatically, basically by OBS. OBS will be activating the board. And then as soon as I'm done streaming, it'll deactivate the board. So we'll wanna have like a, I don't know exactly how to do that yet. We'll have something that works with our Python software in order to open up the thread for sending names to the next step. But yeah, okay. So let's print this. Let's print this piece. It's like the most boring panel ever. I should have put like wood grain on one part. I could have done that the bubble fill here. I need a sketch. Select that. Use the size. The vornoi. Let's just see what happens when I give it something like this. I don't like, there's always like one crush in a vornoi. Let's like do that. Oh, but the problem is it's gonna go, no, okay, it can go on that sketch, that's okay. I don't know, let's just do it. Let's just do it and see what it looks like. Edit the sketch. Find your vornoi. Select the vornoi. Unselect origin. God, these tools these people make, they seem to assume that everybody is operating directly off of origin, and you just aren't. So you need tools in order to move stuff around, and they just don't provide them. You could probably build something into your code that would move this into the selected sketch area. Center it. Work off of centers. What machinists do. It's weird that this used that area, but it seems like I could have used a slightly larger area. Brain is a CAD program. What do you mean? My brain's a CAD program. Oh, do I have to select every single one? Yay. Oh, gotta love Fusion. Every single solid needs to be selected by yours truly, the operator of the mouse. Every single one. I love that we invented computers to automate repetitive tasks. Really, really great. Really great. Really appreciate it. I probably, that was actually faster, but I probably could have gone into a previous step and just selected the appropriate solid. Caffeine-assisted design. That's true. That is true. I want to see what that looks like on the 3D printer. It would be fun to make everything use that pattern, but I don't know if the filament is going to be able to follow that properly. You know, I could apply this to this stuff too and just give these parts a little outside radius of where there needs to be material, and then make the rest of it this pattern. We looked at that over here, and again, I could do just surrounding the thing, although that would make it really weak. So plugging that cable in would actually be kind of difficult. What is that? Why is there a sphere here? Hey. Hey, did somebody leave a sphere around here? Is this anybody's sphere? There's a sphere in my drawing. I don't know where the sphere came from. Is this your sphere? Did you lose a sphere here? Where did this sphere come from? There's a square next to it too. Oh, that's the LED. Wait a minute, that's my sphere. Sorry. If anybody claimed the sphere, no, it's actually mine. Sorry, that's actually my sphere. Yeah, sorry, that's actually my sphere. Yeah, let's move that. Let's move that. Let's move that. Let's do a point-to-point move. And I can't seem to, okay, never mind. I'll just follow it. I'll find it in this. There you go. Move copy. Let's get this over here. And then we'll do another move copy. You got to select it from the tree in order to move it properly. That's orb. This is a sphere. Well, actually, it's not. It's neither. It's an LED. Yeah, pondering my orb. That one went away quickly, huh? It was a fun one while it lasted. Best hope for it at this point is to get rolled into another meme. That didn't really have a center, did it? That selection that I just did. Oh no, it put it in the right spot. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Joe. It hadn't been Cotton Joe. All right, it's funny that like, it's got such a radius around the part, and LEDs are pretty standard. It's just that mine didn't fit in properly. Weird. But I'd been Cotton Joe. It's just like a noise that I make every now and then. I'm married a long time ago. Wake up, wake up. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. Let's give this a try. There's a couple things that we're trying in this. First of all, we're using the datasheet dimensions. I put a chamfer on the back end here, but since we're printing from this end, that's good. We've got vornoi, and I have no idea what the fuck is going to happen with the vornoi because the thickness is not that reliable here, and it's not. I didn't base the numbers on anything. I just made stuff up. I don't know if chat really knows, but I'm just making this shit up as I go. This thing should be all right because we based it on a previous design that has that. That should be strong because we've got a 3mm plate behind it. I thickened it up a little bit. And then we've got kind of this ugly thing happening right there. Although it actually does look it looks okay. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with that. And then the question is whether or not we want to vornoi anything else on this. I don't need vents behind this, and I think the solid plastic might look a little better, especially considering that this is just like two pieces that are just randomly holding this up. Excuse me. Because then what I'd like to do is redesign these feet, and those could become very similar to this, only they hold two latches. We'll get a little bit of a uniformity of the look of everything. And then if vornoi works that well, why don't we do it here? I print everything out of the same plastic and it'll look a little bit different. I could also create some kind of a block up here that would do something. I want to keep the sort of open design, though. Definitely want to keep that open design, which is, you know, kind of annoyed that this power supply became such a big thing. I'd rather emphasize the stuff that's in the little glass case. But anyway, that'll keep it away from dust, at least. I could always put one of those eBay, what do you call it? eBay water blocks on the power supply and cool it with that. That would be kind of fun. Ow, the back of my neck hurts because I picked a fucking scab like 10 minutes ago. All right, let's get this thing, let's get these solids, or this solid, we're only doing the one. Let's get this solid out, and then we'll figure out what we're doing about mounting the LEDs. It looks a little weird with the vornoi there. I don't think I like it. I'm going to print it anyway, because I want to test vornoi, and there's some other assumptions that we're making in this that justify the iterative nature. So anyway, we're doing the panel mount, or pack mount L, because it's called a flat pack. Save as mesh. Go for mesh. Oh, it's meshing. Mesh Twitch was a username that I remember. Oh, let's lock the position in too, because that's where we based our sketch elements off of. Or no, that was us moving the LED. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's just for visual purposes. Yeah, we made the mesh. What now? 3D printer utility. What now? View this from above. Oh yeah, different tools. Get rid of the solid, delete. And then we go to that folder, and I drag that in, and then the program goes, oh my God, it can't do it. I can't print over there. That's outside of the bed. What are you trying to do? What kind of an operation is this? All right, so we place this down on the bed, and then I can take this, move it here. Now the question is, what is the software going to do up here with the thin walls that we've created? Slice it. Oh, dear God. Oh, it's horrible. But actually, because of our settings for the vornoi, it's actually not bad. There are some thin spots, but they're not terrible. All right. And also, keep in mind, all of the complexity of the vornoi pattern makes it a little bit more susceptible to a string getting caught and dragged around. Also, this is 3mm thick. It probably could have been a little bit less thick. I could have pushed the thickness down a little bit on this one. But anyway, this will be a good test. We'll just see what it's like. My printer's going to freak out at that position, which actually, in order to make this a little bit more reliable, I'm going to bring it over here to where the other one printed and actually turn it 180 degrees. Let's Z 180. Oh no, it's all the way over there. All right, bring it over here. I think the front left corner is a pretty reliable place on the bed, so we'll try that out. So slice it. I turned off the 3D printer, so I need to actually go into Octopi, which is somewhere around here. Octoprint, sorry. Go to Clipper, clear the log, and let's restart the firmware. And then, oh, you can't see the screen. I thought you guys could see the screen from here. You would be able to see the screen light up now. I can't see that. Now the BL Touch is blinking. I have to make sure that it works. So I'm going to use my little buttons that I coded and put it down. It didn't do anything. Up, didn't do anything. Test, didn't do anything. Reset, down, there's a click. Saw it deploy. Back up. Down. Back up. Test. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Reset. Okay, this thing is ready to print. So now, back over to Super Slicer, where I will just hit send and start printing. And then this thing immediately springs into action. It's on a mission while this thing springs into action, because it's all got to heat up. Ah! While this thing springs into action, I'm going to make sure that the bed is clear. There's like some, just like stuff. There's just like scratches. Yeah, that's clean enough. So it's going to print right about here. Hopefully it doesn't get in the way of the clip. I'm a little concerned about that clip, actually. Well, the previous print was all the way in here. Sometimes if I get too close to the edge, the outline will cause this to crash. We'll see. We'll see what we get. Bum, 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 ba-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. That song's stuck in my head. All right, so it's just heating up right now. Does that look centered? I think that's centered. Once the bed heats up, it'll do a leveling, and then from there, it'll start printing, and then we can figure out whether or not we want to put a circuit board behind these LEDs. And if we do, that means that I can actually I can mount all of the power supplies in that area, and then I can have the power outputs from there. Question is, do I have a 5-volt regulator? Because we'll be taking 24 volts in, and then we're turning it into 5 volts, but it really kind of needs to be 5.1 volts. So the weird voltage thing that the Raspberry Pi has. I guess I can adjust it if I have one of those Uber buck regulators, and I'll have to figure out what the specs are on it. They got these Pololu regulators, and they're tuned with a resistor. So if I put a particular value of resistor on it, no, they're tuned with capacitor and resistor. They've got like a weird capacitor resistor thing that you put in, and that sort of swings the voltage back and forth on it. It adjusts it. So we can try to get a very accurate resistor on there and see if resistor capacitor combo, and see if we can swing it to exactly the voltage that the Raspberry Pi likes, so that I don't get weird errors. Raspberry Pi is just so weird. Let me look up what that number is then. Raspberry Pi 3B plus voltage. 240 volts. All right, we'll get that done. I just need to put this into AC, put it through a 1 to 10 transformer, and then turn it back into DC, and we can then plug it into the Raspberry Pi. So we need 2.5 amps. 1.5 amps or more to maintain 5 volts will be okay for powering a 3B plus with ordinary USB keyboard mouse. We don't have any of that. What step are we on? Designing or printing? Yes. Be aware that an otherwise okay PSU can be rendered okay, blah, 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 blah. Official Raspberry Pi 2.5 amp PSU is strongly recommended. Blah, blah, blah. Yak, yak, yak. Get a job. The recommended power supply is 5 volts and 2.5 amps. I thought it was 5.1. Control F, 5.1. Really? I feel hyperglycemic. What is my glucose level doing? Oh, I was for a little bit, and now I'm normal. Okay. Yeah. That sure is an active Raspberry Pi you've got there. Under voltage warnings. .1 volts. See that? Booting stops during rainbow screen with fake under voltage warning. There's only one reason for this. You're trying to boot pre-Raspberry Pi 3B plus firmware. Oh my god. Apparently the moderators can intervene, huh? Look at my browser window. Wow. I move the window like that, that doesn't do anything. If I extend it downwards. What? What wire is getting crossed there? That's a weird one. That extends the, for some reason that extends the crop. I guess OBS is going by the numbers, huh? That's strange. See, now it fits. All right, let's just see. I want to see the broad outline of the part, with hope that it doesn't collide with my clip. Please, 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 do not too interfering. Starting close. I think we're out of the woods. I think it's okay. It's gonna be okay, chat. We're gonna make it. Yeah, 5.1 is the one you have. Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to tweak the power supply, because if you give it just 5 volts, it'll, even though they're not dire warnings, you'll still just have warnings, and I guess you get the red light on the front of the Pi. So I just don't want to do that. I just don't want to have that red light going. I want to figure that one out, make sure that I'm doing the right thing for the Raspberry Pi. That means that if I put any other 5-volt electronics to use in there that aren't going to be powered by the 3D printer board, then I'm going to have some trouble. Pi directly, or do I do 5 volts from the 3D printer? I don't think it can provide the 1.5 amps, though. I forget, is the red light the one for the power supply warning? I think so. Oh, it's going to take like an hour and a half for it to get through the Vornoi stuff. How long did it say this print was? Oh, an hour and 27 minutes, huh? It's going to be like 2.5 hours, probably. I mean, I have the plugin that should tell you whether or not this is, oh, that pop-up doesn't show. It says based on a line-by-line processing of the G-code. But I don't know if that's really, I don't know if it's really going to work. Oh, it already put in one of the panel things. Cool. All right, well, that's going to do that for a little while. In the meantime, we need to figure out what we're doing with power. How are we handling power? I just want to, I want to let it get through the first layer, because when it does the Vornoi things, it might run into booger problems. If it can get through the first layer all right, then I have a really good chance of it getting all the way through the print. So it hasn't done any of the little outlines yet, but it'll get there. And I will watch it. Yes, yes I will. Those are the little outlines that we created. Nicey nice, looking good, looking good. No filament dragging, there's no strings anywhere that I need to worry about. This is just doing the outlines of the boxes. It hasn't gotten to the Vornoi bubbles yet, but it will. But it will. That's the overall outline of the entire part. Looking good. I'm going to do the little back and forths in order to fill in the panel, huh? You're doing that now? It's doing everything in its power to avoid the part that I want to see succeed. It's the only part that I'm concerned with not succeeding. And it's just not doing it. It just won't. It just won't. Oh, man, that song. Get that out of my head. I don't even know anything about the song. I just heard it a lot. All right, come on. All right, it's doing the rest of the panel first. Make sure I can get up without unplugging myself. There's a weird staining pattern that's actually on the bed itself, and that's probably going to transfer to the part. It's the pattern of where the Windex dried. Coderushed, rating with a party of 5. I'm sticking my face in a 3D printer right now because we're working on Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs, of course, is my chat-powered subscriber board. If you subscribe to Twitch, your name goes into a bunch of bleepity computers, Raspberry Pi to be specific, gets poured over by thousands of lines of code, turned into instructions on a database, and then when I stream, we will burn it up onto that block over there. However, we're working on the hardware for this board, so we're doing the whole 3D printing thing, which involves designing solids, sending them to a slicing utility, and then getting them back out. So I'm trying something over here with the vornoi plugin that I have on Fusion 360, which creates these kinds of bubbles, these cobblestone-looking mofos. So I'm trying that out as a grading on a panel just for fun, just to see what the plugin is like, or whether or not my 3D printer can actually handle it. It looks like it can. I mean, this thickness was enough that the 3D printer had at least 2 walls on in between these. Yeah, they're not in a buffer though. It's actually, it gets stored in a database. So we're using a Peewee database because it's fun to say Peewee a lot during stream. We're using a Peewee database. So when a name comes in from Twitch, it's taken as an XML, I believe, document. So it comes in as XML. We parse through the XML in order to find the username and a couple other pieces of information about the username. Now, keep in mind, all of this code I'm mad at. I'm mad at the fact that we have to vet through the names ourselves. Twitch, back in the day, and we'll have to check to see if that's what the API does these days. Back in the day, the Twitch API didn't provide a transaction number. The channel points, because they were implemented later, do provide a transaction number. All I need is an alphanumerical entry that represents that specific transaction, as in this person's sub is now new. Instead, they don't. We have to like have an entry in our database that represents when that person subbed last, and we have to check it against a timer. Terrible. Anyway, so the XML comes in, it gets vetted out, and then we populate a database with initial values. Another thread comes in and sees that there is a name with initial values, and so it creates an image of the board using the entire database. It takes all of the entries of the database and it populates them as text, and then it tries to place a text box with the new name in it without hitting collisions. It blurs it a little bit so that it can create sort of a keep out distance, and then it pixel by pixel using numbers, because apparently individual pixel operations were very slow in Pillow. It'll check pixel by pixel to make sure that no parts of the text collide. If it fails, it continues on and searches other parts, and we have a timer well, we're not measuring the time, we're just displaying the time on our front panel. And then when it's done that, when it's found a spot where it does not collide, it will then take the name, turn it into G-code, and put all that G-code into the database. This is why the database file grew significantly, because we're storing all of the G-code in that database file, which is, I don't know, it's fine, works fine. All the lines of G-code that represent that person's name. And so we have another thread that's captured and not doing anything, right? It's just captured. It's just kind of a thread it's running like an LED and stuff like that. It doesn't do much. When I start streaming, I push the button, and when I push the button, it activates the board. And when the board is active, basically we release that thread to go do what it's supposed to do. And that thread looks to see whether or not there are names that have G-code that aren't yet burnt. And so it takes those in time order, and it will send the individual lines of G-code over to the thing that moves the XY axis. Now, we don't need to do that anymore. That last step is actually going to be using some kind of a Clipper API internal to the Raspberry Pi in order to put whatever that G-code is, or whatever form we store it in, into Clipper that's then going to control the board itself. So I don't know what that's going to do. I don't know how intensive Clipper is on the Raspberry Pi. I know that you have to have them paired in order for it to function. which calls into question what's going to happen after a power outage. Although technically I shouldn't ever have any more power outages. We went way overboard and we got a generator. I have everything on battery backup, except burn the subs is not. I could plug it in all the way over here and have it on battery backup, but that would mean, yeah, anyway, during a power outage, burn the subs turns off and then back on, or a blip in power or anything like that. So I have to figure out how to get Clipper up and running, the board zeroed, our code functioning and ready to go. This is going to be tough. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, this thing, how's it going? How's it going over here? How you doing? How you doing over here? There's going to be a lot of software to figure out, and I'm not looking forward to it. But it's what it's... Yeah, that looks okay. There's a lot of boogers around the features, though. A lot of unevenness going on here because of all of the filament starts and stops in there. Looks like that screw hole's not too happy with me. I mean, I guess the vornoi panel's going to work out. It's just it's going to be a little awkward. What up, Beef Supreme? Yeah, the Twitch API, apart from being somewhat documented, is not amazing to work with. I mean, we basically will need to capture another Twitch API log. I would love to know if they've implemented some of those features, because it was really, really frustrating to figure out how to vet names out. The board, burn the subs board. What about how? I don't know what that is. What is that? Twitch API unifier. What does that do? Hold on, I'm gonna look that up. Tau, Twitch API unifier, a containerized relay proxy. This might be what I was thinking about doing. Somebody simplified the Twitch API. I was thinking of running Node, and if I run Node and have it log into the Twitch as my stream bot, I can have it control external stuff. So my Python code, my Python, needs to get an instruction from a Node-RED device, like a Node-RED flow. I could just have it punch HTML into it that says go or don't go. And then I could also reprogram the fart box to use that as well. So then I would have a bot that has access to channel points as well as, you know, all that's, and it could then in Node-RED, maybe it could clean up and do all the stuff that we needed to do. Enable test and replay, containerized, prerequisites, Docker composite. I don't know what that is. Tau depends heavily on Twitch. It's necessary to, yeah, this is always complicated. I've got instructions in all of my files that tell me how to do it. And then in order to stream it, I also have special setups of files so that I don't accidentally just show the robot's secret login. Oh my God, how did you get 88 people in like a third of the time? Oh my God. Lastmiles just like fluttered off to go do his stream after, you know, big couple chatty messages. It was good to see him, but he fluttered off and then he comes back with 80 freaking people. Dude, how you doing? I hope you had a good stream. Just flexing. I know. He's like, oh, my shoulders kind of hurt from having all of these wonderful viewers. Can you hold on to this for a minute? And I'm like, no. I shave my legs in a hot tub. I don't, that's a phrase. That's a heavy fucking phrase. Anyway, hi, new people, lots of new people. Good to see you guys here. This is my shop. This is the Oh Bother HQ. It's kind of falling apart. Anyway, everything's turning into rust and returning to the earth. We're working on something called Burn the Subs right now, and that's become it's become the identity of the channel to the degree where I haven't had it in a couple years because we've been working on other stuff and I've been trying to do variety projects because it's fun. Problem is I haven't had Burn the Subs working in a couple years. So this thing right here is Burn the Subs. This is the physical part of Burn the Subs. What this is designed to do is control that XY table behind me. That XY table behind me is I mean, it's not really a table at this point. It's kind of like bolted to my wall. So anyway, it is a laser etching table. We've got a 2-watt blue laser. I'm not using its full wattage. I would like to turn back the wattage a little bit, but I guess with the new board, we could run it a little bit faster. I don't know. Stream later today. Sort out iSCSI on a 10 gigabit. Oh my god, that sounds weird. So burn the subs. Yeah, we need to have burn the subs back. I haven't had it for a long time. It was basically the incentive for people to sub to my stream, and it's why I have viewers at all. The way burn the subs works is it gets into the Twitch API. I have a Raspberry Pi on this thing, which apparently is like completely impossible to find these days. Raspberry Pi logs into the Twitch API. A name comes in via XML from the API. It is then vetted out to see whether or not they have already been burnt, because the Twitch API sucks. Then, if it is eligible, it gets put into something called the Pillow Imaging Library, or that's the tools that we're using. We populate a database, and then that database, a couple threads are looking at it at once. So the thing that's making the board, the name on the board, the instructions for the burner, that's a thread that takes the name, makes a virtual image of the board, tests random locations until no characters are colliding, and then it populates G-code onto the database. Then, when I stream, I activate that last thread, it goes through and it looks to see if any names still need to be burnt, and then it burns it on the board. So while I'm sitting here just talking to you guys, I will eventually, somebody will sub, this thing will make a noise, and then and I got to run over and move the camera around and do it. But bother, why don't you just automate the camera? Nah, you lose something when you do that. We did have a camera that sorry, I'm just like looking at a scab that I have on the bottom of my arm. Oh, you guys can't even see it. I can't even get it on camera. Where is it? It's like here. There it is. Yeah, giant scab on my arm. I scraped myself on something. I don't even know what. But anyway, so yeah, burn the subs. We're doing a bunch of stuff with the Twitch API, and what that results in is that when somebody subs to my channel, this big pile of electronics right here turns that name into machine instructions, and then we're able to burn the name onto the board. Pretty neato, but we still need some physical stuff in order to bring it all together. So right now, what we're doing in Fusion is, after I've collected all of the parts that make up the stuff, we are getting it mounted to these 2 rails, because I have 2 I have 2 runners on the wall, 2 pine runners that run the length of burn the subs, and they are what mounts this board to the wall. So I'm utilizing those in order to use this blank space over here to the right and mount all of the electronics. So we are putting stuff into it. I mean, I have 2 other versions of the board that have 2 other boards that this thing has produced over the last bunch of years that I've been streaming. This next one is going to be a live edge. I need to find somebody with a bandsaw that can cut this thing in half, because this is like, I don't need that much wood. This thing is like, I could turn this into a park bench that would be there for 1,000 years. I don't need to do that. But anyway, we're going to roll forward with that. And we'll see if I design some kind of a layout for the names, if it can look cool. And if it doesn't, I'll sand it off and we'll start over. Toroidal coordinate system. Told it's XYZ and burn power conversion just to keep dumb enough for the handle of a hot tub. I don't understand a lot of the words that went into this. Well, so the thing is, the previous 2 boards are very densely populated. The last one we did was actually designed to last as long as possible. The next one, the design for this one, I'm not going to make it last as long as possible, right? Z is in the... I don't know what any of you are saying. I don't... There's like a mental block between the words and my understanding. We're also testing out this thing from the App Store. There's a Fusion App Store now, which kind of sickens me, but it's a vornoi sketch generator, and so we were able to make this sort of organic-y kind of looking grading on this. I don't even know if I want a grading there. I just wanted to try it out, because like this panel turned out pretty okay. We can see all of our LEDs and read the text. Although I think I do want to print this in an opaque color, and I don't know which one I'm going to do. I might buy another thing of red filament. I think I want that to be red. I ran out of opaque filaments. I used up all my red on the RC car project. So yeah, you guys can see the kind of stuff that we get up to here. This is our main project right here, but I'm also working on, well, I'm not working on it anymore. We finished a steering wheel project that you can see sitting right there. That is a 3D printed shifter that we had to do a bunch of modifications on because it was made by somebody in Brazil. No, it was made by somebody on Thingiverse, and there were a lot of weird treatments of, for instance, like ball bearings that created a free floating shaft at the bottom of the shifter. Very strange. Anyway, so that thing was part of the project. What you see there behind the steering wheel is a Mitsubishi Mel servo. It's a 2 horsepower servo that we put our own sensor on. Can Fusion do plugins like Blender? I think so, yeah. You can program your own too, and you can actually get people's plugins from GitHub. Pretty powerful little system there. There's actually something on the App Store that helps you import GitHub projects, which is very helpful because one of my favorite projects that I get from GitHub as a plugin is something to create what looks like an infill pattern. Patterns are very difficult to do in Fusion. Like if you do it on your sketch, it can really slow down Fusion and really be very kind of fiddly to get together. So there are several different plugins that help you do patterning. So anyway, that's what we're testing out with just that one little section of the panel. Okay, anyway, the steering wheel, that's a 2 horsepower Mitsubishi Mel servo, a Mercedes C-Class wheel with a bunch of buttons on it. We reverse engineered the protocol that the wheel spoke, which is called the LIN bus. That means we have 3 contacts coming out of the wheel: 12 volts, ground, and LIN bus. And so through the LIN bus, I was able to make all of my different steering wheel accessories communicate with the Granite Devices controller. The Granite Devices controller allows you to use just about any industrial servo you can find, which is cool because industrial servos have a certain amount of shelf life, right? They only work for so long. You don't exactly, in a factory where you have robots, you don't just wait for stuff to break and then fix it. That's a terrible idea, especially if one thing breaking can have just like a cascading effect on everything else. You don't want to pay millions of dollars when you can have a couple $1,000s of a servo to replace. So they're taken out of their operation early, or well, at a certain interval, right? And so on eBay, there's a whole bunch of these parts that have sat on a shelf, just waiting for anything to happen. Like, you just log on to eBay, you can look up industrial servos, and get them for pennies on the dollar. At least a couple years ago, you could do that. And so that kicked off this project. I was able to get a sizable servo and create, with the Granite Devices controller, the open wheel, it's an offshoot of the Open Wheel project. I was able to create this setup that I can clip to the side of my desk and have a powerful steering wheel and actual car parts in a lot of the stuff. We'll get to that on Saturday. We're going to be playing with that on Saturday, though. Cheap DIY direct drive racing wheel, you say. Well, yeah, the Granite Devices stuff was not exactly cheap. That's the only problem with it. Oh, that's the wrong. I actually wanted this one. Get my face off of camera. Won't that break your wrists? The 2 horsepower servo is powerful, but it's not that powerful. I think we did comparisons, and it's like an F100 or something car. It's way out of consumer levels of steering input. It's like having manual steering, and I wish I could have it permanently be like that with the spring to center, because my summer car does some weird stuff with the force feedback input. Like, it's good at it, but it's not great. I wanted it to feel like I was driving a luxury car. But with no force feedback at all, it's actually a pretty nice, sensitive wheel controller. So yeah, we're printing this thing right now. I don't know how far we're going to get through this before I... Oh, no, it's only 3. Yeah, we got plenty of time. Well, we'll probably finish this then. I don't know. We're not going to just sit here and watch this happen. I've got other stuff that I want to test and mess with. We might want to start building a perforated board that'll go behind the one part of the panel. I just wanted to make sure that the vornoi stuff didn't cause a whole lot of issue with boogers. Think about PETG, which is what we're printing right now. This is PETG, and it prints hot, prints fast, and it sticks really, really well. But the problem is, with all that stiction, is that a word? I think that's a word. Anyway, problem with all that is, it can tend to drag boogers around. So if your 3D print filament gets bunched up at the nozzle, or there's like a string of it right at the nozzle, it will then drag that into the other parts of the print and totally and completely fuck everything up. It really does. But if you can get that first layer down, you can get extremely strong prints. I don't run a fan on it. That's how confident I am. I don't run a fan. PETG loves heat. It gets more shiny and more uniform and sticks better with more heat. So I don't run a cooling fan. The cooling fan also broke off. It actually broke off of that thing. And I also print very, very fast, sort of. Fast for this. All right, so that's well underway. It appears as though there's no drama going on. All those little shapes, I'm just nervous about them getting dragged up and exploding. All right, so. Boop. Take a look at the circuit board for this. I don't know if I spaced the LEDs out well enough. The spacing of the LEDs on this panel that we printed, the spacing of these is based on just the size of the panel, which is not, I didn't decide any of it. The dimensions of this panel are set by a 2mm border on this. The height of this is set by the possibility of me putting a fan on the front of it. So if I put a fan on the front of it, it'll be even with the front panel. It probably won't need a fan, so I probably won't end up doing that. But that's just what gave us this height. And then the spacing of these is based on this distance, which is set by the weird mounting screws of this thing. The weird mounting screw decisions that Vicor made when designing this. And I think they used English units on this thing, so it's even more cursed. 3D print cam would be cool. Chat can yell at you as soon as something goes wrong. Yeah, I mean, I could do like a picture-in-picture of that 3D printer, but I don't know. I don't want to become, for a little while on Twitch, there was nothing but just people with like 24-hour 3D printer channels, right? That's not me. I don't like that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I would rather have stuff be the emphasis of this channel. And you know, I hate 3D printers anyway, so yeah, but anyway, the mounting holes on this thing, for some reason, there's no mounting hole up here. It's down here. And I guess they just didn't want, maybe they didn't want users to be messing with the area where power's coming out, but it's still pretty obnoxious to have a midpoint hole that's not evenly spaced, and then down here there's a corner hole. Okay? So anyway, I had to make a mount for that so that I could put this thing on there and get the height right. And so while we're at it, might as well have all of my connections down here too. So if I need to move this entire control panel, it'll basically be unplug the stuff, I'll turn it off, unplug the stuff, and then unscrew it from the wall. Oh, I should probably put a shutdown button in this thing, huh? Well, maybe we could do that in Node-RED. So I don't have any, the only external control that I have on this thing is a power switch. That'll probably be good. Maybe, I don't know. I could also have, a Tasmodus switch on this thing. No. But I would like to have Node-RED relay names over to this thing, which is why we were looking at that thing before. We were looking at the, the unified API thing for Twitch. I don't really know what this is. I don't know exactly what this thing does. Bot integration. Bot or overlay code to tally the tau off. Yeah, I don't think this is actually useful for me. I think maybe we need to make Node-RED flows that go in and pull out the data from the Twitch API. We're not gonna worry about that right now. We're not gonna worry about that right now. There's so much other stuff that we need to do. I'm trying to shore up all the hardware first so that we can get all the wires connected and stuff, and then we have our playground to figure out what what we're doing in software. Yeah, but so far so good. I mean, this is like a testament to how cool the workflow is, going from GrabCAD, etc., into Fusion, and then 3D printing from there. We're able to put all our stuff up on the wall properly. I wonder about this little box that I've got going on. I don't know if do I really want that on there? Yeah, I probably do. I just feel like this design's a little weird. It's kind of gotten out of hand, huh? Whereas I guess I could just mount those things to like a 3D printed panel. Then it's all gonna get dusty though. Yeah, I need something to kind of like contain it and keep dust out. All right, anyway, circuit board. We need to look at the circuit board here. That's the wrong view. I don't know why I went to that. There we go. So, what do we got going on for us circuit board wise? Well, I've got a bunch of modules that I need to mount inside of this thing to make all the different voltages for burn the subs. So we need our, I probably should have put 5.1 on this one, because we need specifically 5.1 volts to go to the Raspberry Pi. I need 12 volts, and then this power supply is 24 volts, and it's got 2 indicator LEDs on it. It'd be cleaner if I could put a circuit board right here, and then the 5 volts and the 12 volt regulators are not that big. So I could just have them sticking up from that board, and then they'd be in free air. I don't know about connectors, though. That's the one thing I kind of think about there. And 2.5 amps at 5 volts for the Raspberry Pi is pretty crazy. Ah! And then the pump is going to take a lot of 12 volts. So I got a couple components over here. Now let me get my little box of circuit board material. Where's my circuit board material? There it is. I gotta see whether or not the dimensions of the holes in this thing actually agree with a circuit board at all. I mean, it doesn't have to, because, you know, I could mount the circuit board a little further back, and then the wires coming out of the LEDs can accommodate, but it would be nice if it actually does fit in some way, shape, or form. The other thing that I could do is mount a circuit board behind it and then just put an LED through. What was this supposed to be? Why did I build this? It's like a bunch of LEDs on it. I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's going to be really inconvenient. There, you guys come a little closer to see what I'm actually doing. What I'm actually working on. Give you guys a nice little view there. Make sure everything's in focus. And also make sure that I have light. My light's too far back. It gets everything gets a little weird when I move that light away. There you go. There you go. Now you guys can see everything. All right, so those are all the way up at the edge. I'll just see if I can just find a PCB. These little perf boards have 0.1 inch spacing on everything, and that was an old electronic standard. That's how everything used to be. Everything used to have 0.1 inch spacing on it. That way you can buy something called a solderless breadboard, and you can construct electronics without having to solder. And you can rebuild stuff too. 0.1 inch spacing was around before the solderless breadboard, but it's just sort of like the de facto standardizations that we have to deal with. Oh boy, it's totally off, isn't it? Yeah, that's totally off. Although I can live with it, they will point in slightly different directions and they won't fit in as well. It's almost... Oh man, I don't think I want to fix that though. It's not like a big problem. I can just have these stand off just a little bit so that they'll kind of work themselves into position. And then, of course, I gotta print this thing in an opaque material. And with the clear stuff, it's like you could see the circuit board back there. That's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. The other way to do it is to do a... It would be kind of interesting. I could do the first 1 millimeter in opaque black, and then I could do the rest of it in clear. And that way, if I put an LED behind the text, it will illuminate the text. I've had some luck with doing that, but I think this might be pushing it a little bit. But then it would have like a weird cleared layer, and then everything else would be dark. Maybe I want to try that. Do I want to try that, chat? Do we want to try to give that a go? having like a weird clear, but then like you can see the clear behind everything. So I don't know if that would be good. It would make these incredibly legible though. Maybe we want to try that. Maybe we want to try convincing myself. No, I don't want to paint it. I mean, that is a way to do it, but yeah, all those projects came out recently where they put things like, I mean, you can like print an image on sticker backing and then press that onto something like wood. And then they took that and applied it to 3D printing, where you could laser print something on a transparency and then 3D print on top of it, and then it would transfer to the 3D print. But I've not played with that, so I don't know the process of doing that. And we don't need extensive labels. I just want to be able to see these markings. I think I want to try that. I think I want to do the first couple layers in opaque black and then clear for the entire rest of it. So I'll get to that when we're done with this. The one we're printing right now is just a size guide, because that'll make like a clearish looking layer, and then when we illuminate it from behind, it will illuminate the oval, which means I can get rid of the LED things on this side. If I can get it to disperse evenly, though, that's the only problem. Getting even dispersal. Well, the clear material should be thick enough that it will be pretty illuminated. I don't know what I want to try out here. I mean, I can do all kinds of different structures on this too, if I really wanted to. I mean, I could do like a cone, but no, that would block too much light. Doing a cone would block too much light. I basically just need an LED that's going to illuminate around that area, but I need to partition between the LEDs, which I can do because we're printing from the bed down like this. So I can make partitioned openings, and that way I don't really have any good stuff to diffuse these guys. It'll still look like there's just one LED illuminating the thing, unless I do the LED to the side and then have this thing angled. So we used to, back in the day, we'd take stuff apart on Fridays on this stream. I've run out of stuff to take apart. I don't really have stuff to take apart anymore. But when you take apart enough stuff, you start to learn how they diffuse the LEDs on this stuff. And they do a lot of really cool things in order to diffuse that light coming from the diode. I would love to be able to do some of that stuff, but yeah. Pretty good luck with white filament with an LED behind it. I'm going to do clear with an LED behind it, and it turns kind of whitish just because of all the different layer interactions that go on. How clear of an image do we have going on behind this thing? It's pretty well dispersed. I mean, I guess I could just hook one of these up to like 0.7 volts. We could take a look at what they look like. Get this over here. We don't have a current limiting diode, so I need to limit the current on the power supply. Sorry, current limiting resistor. So I gotta go in here, set the voltage. It's at 9 volts, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then actually go to the other increment. 9, 8, 7. 0.7 volts, right? Yeah. So if I turn that on, all right, yeah. I hook that up to here. We should get a pretty large amount of orange light, since this thing is allowed to provide up to 10 amps. Which it really probably won't do. I hope this thing doesn't fucking explode. Might blow up an LED today. How exciting is that? But I'm matching the voltage drop, so. All right, cool. Yeah, keep your secrets, LED. See if I fucking care. I don't care. I think it's 1.2 volt. I gotta watch these leads because they'll put the full force of this thing in there. All right, voltage. 8.9, 1, 1.1, 1.2 volts? Really? 1.2 and you're not doing anything. Have you hooked up backwards? 1.3 volts. 1.4? 1.5. you fucking kidding me? 1.6. 1.7. Oh, here we go. 1.8. 1.9. 2 volts. Man, this is a 2-volt LED. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. Jeez. No, it's up backwards. It's just a 2-volt LED. It's hungry. It's hungry. Yeah, see that? It would definitely need a little bit more to diffuse. I can't see because there's spots in my eyes. Now it'll look a lot different than this, but I mean with this amount of blockage, I would need like 3 LEDs in order to light up the entire label. Although I could just back it up a little bit and then thicken this stuff, but how far back can I get? Say it's like this. Because I would need to float it over the clear material. 1.21 gigawatts. Man, it's a hell of a first message, my man. Looks interesting on cam. Yeah, it's a little weird, isn't it? It's like all blown out. Probably have to go with surface mounts on these. So if I do surface mount LEDs, I don't know how far away I can get with this. The ones that I have a variety of different colors for them. I'm definitely doing this. We need to have the rule of cool with illuminated openings. All right, let's design it in Fusion. Let's go over to the design, and then I'll try to do the dual filament thing. See prints as fiber guides. Boy, you mean like the filament as like a fiber? It doesn't really work like that. The clear material, I actually, on the 3D printer, the knob for the 3D printer is from a really expensive video recorder that a viewer sent in. As the other Lone Star sent it in because it like stopped working at his operation. So he sends this thing in, and I took the whole thing apart. Beautiful piece of equipment, wonderful engineering, blah, 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 blah. The only part that I was able to actually utilize of the entire thing, it was like a completely burnt out machine, was the knob. The knob was made out of anodized aluminum, and it is a gorgeous knob. And so I put it on my 3D printer, but the knob can't illuminate that. So what I did is I ended up having making a square plate that bolts into the back of the opaque black front panel, and then the cutout for the knob is really wide. So that square plate I actually constructed out of clear filament. And so that's a big diffusion plate. It's actually really gorgeous. Looks very good. Print the panel on its side. That's not going to do anything. Ain't going to do anything. Ain't going to do nothing. It would look like this. It wouldn't look really great. Plus, keep in mind, I'm printing in PETG. PETG, very, very sticky. Not really great with supports. I do support material. I end up having about an extra millimeter of droop from that material. We actually took advantage of that with this marking. Here, take a look at it up close. Look at it up close. Stick your nose all the way in it. That's what it looks like. What up, Groove? So the thought would be that I would print it in clear, not on the glass. Or no, sorry, I would print this in opaque. This 1 millimeter would be opaque black, and then anything above it would be clear, and that would diffuse any light that comes in from behind, and it would show a little oval with 5V in it. Let's work on that. Let's get the test for that out, and we can figure out like how far do I want the surface mount LED to be from that backing, and that way I'm a little bit more free to move the LEDs around too. Chillin', thrillin', like a villain. Why are we on the screen? This isn't the right screen. We're supposed to be over here. Oh man, I gotta go back in time and design these things, huh? Back in time. Oh god, the fucking song just not getting out of my head. All right, fuck the LEDs. No more LEDs. They're going way behind. I mean, couldn't you put it on like a plastic tray or something? Cardboard under it? Oh, I see. the positioning is important for whether or not you actually want to use it. This is gonna cause like weird stuff to happen with all the solids that we chose to extrude. Because we're changing the design, we're changing the enclosed sketch elements. Let's see here. Double click on this. That's gonna rewind time. Oh no! Oh, that's because the other sketch is visible. Or no. Why is that? Why is that there? Why are we here? This is the wrong sketch. No, this is the right sketch. Why are the vornoi things still visible on the... Oh, that's right. I have a... Okay, so that whole sketch is just useless. This one is a vornoi that I added to the top of that other side, but we can go here. There we go. That's where our stuff is. No. No. Yes. Okay. All right, so let's get rid of these. We can now center this text. Problem is the box that defines it isn't centered. Hold on, wait a minute. I gotta... There we go. Gone. And then... by double-clicking, it does the whole path, which is sort of what I'm working on here. Yeah, 3.2 by 3.2 on either side, and that'll create the illuminated oval. So we can change those numbers and move them around. Oh, no! Control Z. I don't know. There's nothing... There's no elements holding that down. That's why everything is in light blue, because they're not actually locked down to stuff. I don't know what that one's doing. But it's gone! There's a bunch of right angle things right here, too. What's that all about? This one's gone. This one's gone. Double click. Delete. Okay. Oh, there's the LED. We don't even need to look at that right now. I don't even want to see it. I don't even want to see it there. All right, this one's gone. This one's gone. This one's gone. Okay, so now I can actually make those a little smaller, which will make it easier for the LED to do its work. Let's go like 4 in from either end. Oh, good, that wasn't even locked in. Huh, neat. That one at least moved it. Friggin' Fusion sketch tools. I'll tell you what. I want a line down the middle. I want a line down the middle. A construction line down the middle. What are you engineering? What? You've been here for a while. You should know, man. This is for the subs board. What we're doing right now is we're making sure that all my text looks good. I don't think I'm doing cones. I know cones can diffuse stuff better, but I don't think I need them. I don't think I need them to be cones. Hold on. Ah! It's gotten to the point where these sketches are like cursed. They start to slow down. What is subs board? It's a board full of the names of subscribers. I've explained this 3 times today. Oh. You shut your face. Shut up. I don't need your sass about it not lining up. Problem is, where's the center of this text box, you know? This is, I guess, the center of the box, but it's not really the center of the text. Yeah, subsboard is basically what we have is we have a Raspberry Pi that goes onto the Twitch API, and it gets the names of people who have subscribed to my channel. And so those names will make up a giant word cloud of names. The way that we are inscribing them onto the board is with a blue laser. And the blue laser is instructed by this control panel to do what it does. This control panel has a lot of 3D printed elements. So we're figuring out how to make all this stuff work. Yeah, I know, I might want to like right justify it. I know. I know that I that I am not good enough. All right, let's see. Yeah, the fact that they're all the same length is annoying. 4.2. No, 5. 5. And then 5. That actually looks good. It's 5.1 with a little bit of change. Yeah, they're not going to be precise. This isn't, I didn't make this in whatever it is. Whatever that Microsoft tool is for making like designy kind of stuff. I hear a dog walking around upstairs. Cute little footprints. Factory OC. Yeah, that'll be good. I think these will look good. I don't know. How else can I say AC? How can we say AC with 3 characters? There. That'll do. Oh no, I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. Line in. The problem is I built something with Lin that uses Lin bus, so it's gonna like it'll confuse me. A/C. I don't know if the chemming on the A/ is going to work. Ampersand AC. That's not bad. I think I'm gonna keep it sus. It'll just be sus. Secondary. No, there's not. I can't backronym that. I don't think I can backronym that well. Sinusoidal. Alternating signal. VAC. Yeah, maybe VAC. ACV. I think it stays sus. I think it stays sus. Remember, this project, while we are putting quite a bit of professional stuff into this project, we're making it super duper pro at the same time. It's just the thing on my wall. So we can do whatever the hell we want with this stuff. I can do whatever I want with it. Let's see. How am I blocking light? I'm going to block light with clear material. That's kind of a bad idea. That's not really going to work out all that well. I mean, maybe I can just do up until the back of this panel in clear, and then anything above that I can do in black, but that'll still bleed. It'll still bleed into the other parts of the panel. That's the problem with this, is when you design stuff that that operates light like this, you can find, if you take stuff apart a lot, you'll find a lot of effort gets put into not making the subsequent LEDs bleed. The other thing is the spacing. How far apart are the centers of these things? I want an LED in each center, so we need to make it divisible by 0.1. Oh, 14 millimeters. So each 14 millimeter apart. I actually don't know if I can change the spacing of this. Yeah, you know what? I don't think I can. Because we already did the command in order to make the ovals. Huh. So much for that. I guess it'll just be a millimeter standard. That's okay. A shame. In Fusion, you could also design a circuit board that would fit in this exactly, and then have the same dimensions based on projections of where this stuff is. It's pretty cool when you actually use it, you know, nose to tail like that. You really just want me to print it on its side, and I don't think it's going to do everything that you want it to. I could do slightly better light channels using cones, but yeah, I'm not going to print it on its side. It's not going to, it's going to print, it'll be like the worst print ever if I print it on the side. Just trust me on this. Trust me on this one. If I print it on the side, it's going to look like ass on in some key areas. that'll be visible from the outside. Because yeah, the layers will be much more transparent that way, but not much other advantage to it. So all right, we'll keep the 14 millimeters, and then in order to create light channels, if I keep the material clear, I guess I can print posts that go all the way back to the circuit board from these. So we'll do like a 1 millimeter offset on all of them. Yeah, 1's about all we can get away with. Not a construction, not a... After the subboard, we got tons of projects that we want to work on around here. The steering wheel is an ongoing thing, but in addition to the steering wheel, I've got some other projects. I would like to get all my optical stuff back out to, again, finally prove that the Earth is actually flat by doing what do you call it? A ring laser gyroscope. We need to use the tube laser because the diode laser didn't quite have the coherence that I wanted out of the thing. I think maybe 1.5. Nah, I think this will be okay. If we do cones out of the clear material that are a millimeter thick, they're not going to do a lot to block the light. If there was infill in there, they would. But if I do, because I've got full control of everything above this point, it's just going to be made out of clear material. So if I print this all the way up, I think about this a little bit. Hold on. I almost want this to be visible though, because I think that would look cool. But the cone will contain the light and it'll diffuse it a bit more. There might be a little bleed over, but it's got to go through 2 of these things before it actually gets into, for instance, the 12 volt, and they're far apart. So, but then the other thing is, like, I can do just a layer of clear and then have it stop again. So we can do for like the maybe 3 millimeters that make up the part that I want to be clear. We'll have that go for 3 millimeters and then we'll have it continue on in black, which will not be visible on these. No, wait, no, that would mean that the backing of these are going to be clear. That doesn't matter. It's all PETG anyway, so it'll come out nicely. I almost want to have these ovals though. They almost, I don't know, they look kind of good. No, I shouldn't. They do look kind of good if we could see the oval and it's like got a little framing around it. It would have like a little framing around it and it would look, no, keep it simple. Finish sketch. No, we're doing a two color print. So I gotta purge all the black stuff out of it. And then, okay, which one is this? This is the one where I extruded the holes, right? Yeah, good. All right, cancel. We don't need this at all. You go away. Ooh, it's having trouble. I've altered the timeline. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. Oh no, what did I do? Uh-oh. Where's my stuff? Ah! There it is. Okay. It panicked. Control Z. It's demanding a sacrifice. It demands that I do something with this step. I'm not gonna let it have that. I need to hold on. It messed it up anyway. Yeah, it gets real weird when you don't have the filled in solids that it wants. What was that even making? Oh, dear God. I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I gotta deal with the consequences. Probably should have rounded those edges a little bit. Would have probably looked better. That was 23. What is 26? Oh, God. I think if I click on it, it'll tell me where I made the Well, no, it would be the cut. The cut I only want to have 1 millimeter of. So where is this extrusion? That's all the way over here. Oh, because the frickin' timeline. Yeah. Okay. So this one, I want to make that -3. And then that one, oops, that was the one I was just editing. This one is which? Shit, I lost it again. I scroll wheeled down here and now I don't know where I am. Are you my son? There we go. Okay, that's that one. This one is, who knows? Okay, that's those. And those should be 1 millimeter. Well, actually, instead of doing it that way, I should probably cut them in from the other side. Offset's -2, distance is 1. Let's, yeah, let's get rid of that one. Or I could actually invert it. Oh, no, but that's right. Oh, so the text... Why do we get the text from, like, a different drawing? What are we thinking? Okay, hold on. I need to unselect all this stuff. Why does it select everything but what I want it to? Okay, where's my... This drawing is becoming more and more cursed as time goes on. Where is the sketch for the text? Did it not exist yet or something? Supposedly we're selecting it. Just cancel that. Am I in a sketch right now? No. We have to repair this. Oh, I see. So the offset is all weird. Offset -3. We go 2 millimeter. Weird. It's a weird thing to have to fix that way. And then why did that cut out? There. Okay, that fixed it. Yeah, it's all kinds of weird stuff can happen if you don't. Okay, all right. Which one of you did it? That should, look at that. See, it's visible now, and that should join in. So why did that mess up? Something else is killing it. Some other step. So that would be, what about you? That one just cuts that like that. We gotta go through step by step, I guess. This one extrudes that part of the panel in a join. That one gives it the framing with a cut. Still doesn't cut this out. Does that fix it? Nope. Offset face. What is offset facing? That's for this thing. Yeah, the rest of these pertain to other pieces. So for some reason, the software is getting confused. Even if I rewind time. Wait, what's this step? What are you doing? What is this one? Why do we have a cut move there that just cuts these completely out? That's not what was supposed to happen. Oh, you know what? This was to make the 3 millimeter. No, this is -15. Oh, you know what it was? I know what it was now. When I was creating the panel, I never cut out the LEDs. That's what this step was. This is to cut out the LED solids. And so Fusion, with the LED solids getting removed, was like, I guess I'll just take whatever's underneath that and I'll use that. And so that ends up cutting out everything else. So, okay, cool. You go away. That's this one right here. Delete. Oh, I see. There's a corgi party going on upstairs. I'll rewind to here. So this is where we are right now. Cool. All right, so that's a print that I can start and stop. I've got 2 millimeters of clear material that's going to go on the back there. And then I'm going to create a couple posts around these in order contain all the light. So to contain all the light, I need this sketch that I made a million years ago. A million years ago. Where's my sketch? All my numbers in it. What the hell? I need the outlines that I created. Did I not create them until here? No. Is it rewinding time on this? No, it wouldn't be that. It would be this one here, sketch 19. But when I unselect it, I can't see it. Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay, cool. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. Fusion could be like that sometimes. It do be like that. All right, so now I can take these guys, make the individual items you can pop in and out. I've done that before, yeah. It would be nice if I could make the panel snap in some way, but I don't want to rely on the screws that hold in the panel to keep things from falling in, you know? But yeah, you can get more complicated if you use multiple different materials and stuff. I'm trying to make this a single print, though. I know, right? Scope creep ban. I'll do it. I'll do it, you creepy scope. Start. Object. I always like to do start from object, because otherwise, if you edit stuff, you can run into a lot of trouble. Not 10 millimeter. Maybe 5 millimeter. Because then I'll sit the circuit board up against that. Oh God, come on, view. It's all over the place. All right, 5 millimeter, done. So that means at 3 millimeters, I can do a color change again. Well, unless I cut into that a little bit, because that would black out the entire area, right? If I made it like a 1 or a 2 millimeter opening and I extrude that down a little bit, that would mean that I can create a plate. Well, I can also extrude this up by 1 millimeter. There. Now what's going to happen is so between 1 millimeter and 3 millimeters, which is between here and here, I'm going to print in clear and then go back to black for the rest of it. So this will end up having a couple clear millimeters, but it'll have that front piece on it. This bridge in here is going to be clear. And then I've got light guides back here that will also be have just a clear layer on it. So light will be able to bleed for those 2 millimeters into the adjacent space, but I think the clear filament will probably block it pretty well. If it doesn't, oh well. And I'll probably have to do 2 LEDs per oval, because they're pretty big and the LEDs probably won't diffuse all that much. But anyway, having the side blocker means that the LED, all that light going sideways on the LED will be blanked out, and we'll mostly just get the projection forward. I think this will be good. I think this will work really well. And I've done this before where I've switched from clear to black. So I think that'll be pretty cool. And of course, I'll have to figure out what the spacing of the LEDs is, because these are 14 millimeters apart. So it's going to be kind of annoying for me to do the exact spacing. I could make those taller too, and then put the LEDs further away. I just don't know if I need to. If I do, they'll be much more even. Make them 6. 7? 7. We'll do 7. 7 millimeters. Okay, so that's the plan for that part. That's the plan for that part. I don't need the sketch anymore. Ooh, I made that such a complicated thing. Look at how much I've complicated things. I made it really kind of silly. But if we can get the screw hole would be nice in the back there to hold the circuit board in. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. It'll probably just press fit for now. If I need to, I guess I can put a screw hole in it, but it'll just be a visual panel in there. and then the other power supplies will be on their own little board. I have to figure out the other power supplies, whether or not it's going to be good to do them that way. Yeah, I know. I used the words from something else. A dab of hot glue. I can't say I'm above doing that because I have done that in the past. I guess a dollop of UV glue behind the circuit board will make a little stopper that'll hold it in. If we were really crazy, if we were super crazy, I could put like an indentation that would actually make the circuit board click into place. But we're not. I'm not designing a circuit board specifically for this panel. A 2-nozzle 3D printer would be really nice. UV glue is the new hot glue. It comes off cleaner in my mind. Apparently, if you use alcohol to remove the hot glue, that works too, but let's move this into position. So this, I want to actually, well, the panel wasn't created yet. So if I do it out here, I guess we're just going to pop that in so it looks a little bit more like the actual thing. So DB15, go to move, point to point. We select, well, actually I could just move it. Well, if I make the panel thicker, I'll be in trouble. Move object, I've selected it. Point to point, there we go. So I want the center of this to be at the center of this. Bada bing. Now it looks like what we actually have. I could alter the hole too to make it fit a little better, but I will leave it alone. It's going to be, actually, you know what? I should actually do that. Move that in by like a millimeter. I could press pull, but I'll just go back to the sketch where we originally made the cutout, which is where? Oh, I got to finish the position step. Okay. Finish the position step. Let's alter that a little bit. So we're going to take, which sketch? This sketch? Yeah. Take that one, and oh, we don't need the DB connector in here. Did you end up finding a cheaper quick disconnect? Yeah, I got it from AliExpress. The problem is it's from, it's going to take a little while to get here, huh? It's going to take until December for them to get here. My hands are tied, you know? It's the only place I could find a $6 connector. DB15. Take this. No? Offset. Dude and dude. -1. -2. Nah, it needs to be -1 or else it loses its rounded edges. Finish. And check it against the DB connector. Oh, I hit finish on the sketch. Whoops. Well, whatever. Where is our extrusion step for this? That would be here. And I'll just include that. Now, oh, it's a little wonky, isn't it? It's a little wonky. It needs some rounder edges. I don't think this tool works on a, what? What the fuck? What? Huh? Huh? What was that? Wait a minute. Do that again. What the hell? What? Huh? What is this? What happened to you? Cancel. Don't do that. If I pull it in by 2 millimeters, it might be a little bit better. No, you know what I need to do? I need to do it from the other face. We need to go all the way back. I need to undo that. And then we need to take a projection of this guy and expand it, because this radius right here is causing us problems. So I need to projectimate this line, this line, this line. Yeah, it's just how we have to do it. No, I messed up. Oh, okay. I got it back. This one, this one, this one. one, and finally for this one. Okay. This is going to really confuse the software. This is going to really, like, there's a chance that it comes out of this and actually figures out what I wanted to do, but I think the chances are kind of slim. It'd be cool if it remembered where I clicked in order to define the stuff, but whatever. Okay, outline, that, and that. And that's 1 millimeter. Good. That gives us a little wiggle room. I mean, these DB connectors, it can be kind of, you can play it loose with the numbers on these things. All right, so let's see what explodes. It's not going to get it right. All right. Yeah, well, good work. Good keeping up. Good work, program. You did it. You did it. Bada bing. And then that looks a little bit more sane. Looks a little less sharp. Some do just like an oval cutout on that, which probably would look okay, just keeping it all in the same dimension. But all right, we're looking good. We're looking good. So basically what's going to happen is I will print the first millimeter, which is several layers, in one type of filament, and then I will swap it out, which will take quite a bit of getting extrusion to go through, because when you go from black to clear, you really need to clear out that nozzle. And then I will go for 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters in clear, and then I will switch back to black and keep going from there. And oh, you know what? I need to build a little structure around these two. These need a little bit. These are going to be, that's going to damage the plastic around that. So let's do that quickly. So I go to this sketch here, and I will create a circle of plastic, the likes of which no one has ever seen. And we're going to go all the way to the edge on that. That. Okay, finish. And then we take, I guess, a new extrusion. These are all going to be all like super confused. I think I need to take, yeah, like for instance, that step and that step. We need to move these back. These steps need to occur before this. They need to be here. So I think I can get away with just, yep, click and drag. And then as long as it doesn't go before a structure that it needs to define itself. So now that we've done that, I can take my timeline back. And now I can extrude those two circles that I just created. So sketch this one. Oh, I hear Willow barking. I hear lots of burping and barking going on back there. These don't need to be circles. These could be square for all I care, but I'm doing it just because. I'll do it as circles just because. So we're going to start that at what am I doing? Start from object there, and we'll go -3. -4. That'll just create like a ring that's kind of attached to the outside that will carry the it'll hold the weight. Actually, these probably should be, you know what? Those should be a square. Wait, why is that one contacting with a flat spot and this one isn't? Are these uneven? Hold on a minute. We're going back. Going back in time. Okay. I might not have clicked the right thing. Oh, no. Finish that. Finish that. We got to redo a bunch of steps here, actually. Oh my God. We are the worst. I can't redo. These two steps, go back here. This step, go back here. Then we rewind time to here. We're on this side. Oh, I see. I did it from two different elements. Oh, I get it. Yeah, this one needs to be wider. That's the problem. But instead, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to do a trough. So I'll do this from here to here, and then we'll go out until we reach... Let's reach the inner wall. Yeah, that'll be better. So like that. Now it's just like a chamfered like plug. I don't know. It doesn't need to be fancy, but I guess I made it fancy. And then I'll take that element. Oh, the extrusion tool hates me. Oh. Oh my goodness. This. Start from object, this part of the plate, -2. That should be good. That should be good. -2, that'll give it a 4mm panel that it kind of operates against, so that should be all right. I guess to be kind on myself. Oh, that's actually not contacting. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch! All right, going back. Let's go back to the sketch. Because of that 1mm inset that I have on this thing. So this, it looks like it's completely unconnected to anything. Why? All right, well, delete. Just make it again. Hello? You. Delete. Why? You. Backspace. No? No, I can't delete it? Oh, because I'm not in the sketch. No, I am in the sketch. What the fuck? Why is it being stupid? Delete the thing. What's wrong with this? Oh my goodness. Yeah, the fact that I'm getting away with half of the stuff that I'm trying to do here kind of is pretty intense for the software, you know? It's kind of amazing that it's actually tolerating any of this. I'll just Control Z to before I made it. Now it deletes. Of course, I can't select this. There you go. All right, let's try that again. Why is it being stupid, me to my brain? Yeah, it's true. True. There, there. And now we go for the outer one, because this is the one that contacts the sidewall. Okay. It's weird the way these troughs end up, because they... Look at that. See? It didn't actually attach, which is sort of really annoying. There. Now it's attached. Jeez. Okay, so back here, and then we want to extrude. Wait, what happened? Why is that even? Wait a minute. You know, like... Oh, no, never mind. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not mad. 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 Extrude this plus these elements here and here from object here 2 millimeters. Negative 2 millimeters. Okay. Don't view the sketch. Why, huh? Did it not? Oh, it's still cutting. Join. Now, if I can maneuver the camera in there, I can make it a little easier on the printer by doing this here. God, this is here. Nope. Here. And then I have to maneuver the camera again. What did it choose? Where is it? No. Here. And like the engine that this runs off of is generally really good. It has some trouble when you're trying to get into like a tight spot. Yeah, I don't know about doing that. Fine. There, we'll just do that. That's not really going to help it that much, and it kind of looks stupid, but whatever. Right-click and isolate part. Ah, that... I forgot about that. I'll probably use that. What happened? You figured it out? Jeez, stuff is going crazy on me. That's a little weird, isn't it? It created just like a whole hoop. I thought it would kind of like smooth it in a little bit more, but whatever. I'll leave it just because it's stupid. Just because it's stupid, I'll leave it there. Okay, I think that's it for that part of the design. Now printing it in several different steps is going to be really annoying, but yeah, now that thing has a hole that will fit another DB connector on it. That pushes the connectors way far forward. So I'm going to have to use those really, really shallow ones, I guess. Yeah, it's the only problem with doing it this way, as it pushes everything kind of super far forward on the connector, and it means that you don't have as much screw to screw in to tighten the other side of the DB connector to it. But I might not even have another side to the DB connector. I might just put screws in there and just have it press fit, because it's not like there's going to be a big connector on the other side, and it's not like people are going to be brushing against it. Then we got our 5.1 volt indicator, 12 volt, 24 volt bus and sus, which is an AC OK indicator. But yeah, using a layer change command in Super Slicer is really super duper easy. All I need to do is go to the layer, and then I can just hit the plus sign to indicate that I want a different material. You know, I want the printer to pause until I resume it. So, you know, I'd take like up to there, and then I do a change there. And then we'll take up to there and do another one. Yeah, okay, cool. That'll be easy enough for me to do. So now that we've got all of that stuff cooking, we still have our 3D print going right now. And it looks like the vornoi stuff turned out okay. 97%. So let's finish off this print. So let's take a look at how it's doing. Material is going down. Good stuff. Oh god, I'm like tangled in everything. Should we try to like raid somebody today? I could do like a game streamer. Do we know if Flatulent Gonad is actually streaming? He goes on like 10 minutes after I end my stream. It's so frustrating. Did this freeze? I touched the cable. No, we're still good. Okay, cool. Okay, this is doing the last few layers of the very edge of the support. I guess, you know, I could print this in the other direction. It's just that the part where it clips onto the maker beam would need to have support on it, and I could file it down after breaking the support off. Problem is, when you do that, you break the support off and you break off your little tab. I've had that happen a lot. Yeah, so maybe I do want to keep printing it in this direction. If I did it in the other direction, that would mean that the top layers would look a lot better. Oh, but I'd have trouble printing the labels. Yeah, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. First couple layers in clear, and then, yeah, no, that wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Any second now. Time left. Oh, it says a minute left. Are you kidding me? Well, it's counting in schmeckens, not seconds, so look at that. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9. They're not quite seconds. They're close. They're very close. It's like Mario seconds. Yeah, we've got time dilation due to gravitational differences, huh? That little maneuver cost us 30 years. Pleased to be finishing last layer. It looks like a pretty decent print. Kind of happy with the way that it looks. The vornoi stuff looks kind of cool, actually, to be honest. Oh, that'll be a something in my back pocket. But I think I'm gonna undo the vornoi stuff for the final print of that. We gotta let it cool. That's very important with PETG because as it is right now, the print itself is quite weak. Because it's so warm, it's sort of more like a putty than anything else. Now I have a part that I printed. It was a bracket that fits my friend's radio into his car. Cars are tough, man. Cars go through a lot. The electronic standards that you're supposed to do for automotive engineering are very, very difficult. You need to be able to have, your circuit, for instance, have reverse current. It needs to meet certain emission standards in terms of RF and stuff like that. But it also needs to be protected from the elements. And the temperature swings inside of a car are insane. They're absolutely insane. You can get a lot of heat from a car. Car, Arizona, sunlight, parking lot, no trees. Like, somebody baked cookies in their car one time. As such, the electronics have to be able to survive a lot. If you ever work on automotive electronics, if you ever work on automotive electronics, you have to get through a layer of conformal coating. Conformal coating is like a polymer spray that goes on top of electronics and doesn't allow current to get anywhere through, and then it protects the circuit. Now you can also pot a circuit, which is just insane to do. That's generally for high voltage stuff. But so automotive standards for electronics. What was I going to say? I totally lost the thread on that one, but I have a 3D printed part of PETG that is a bracket for my friend's radio. And I printed it a while ago on old print settings. Supposedly, according to him, it still works fine. Yeah, you keep the bed hot for the entire print, especially with PETG, because PETG on a glass bed, when everything cools off, the rate of contraction between the PETG and the glass bed are ever so slightly different, and so your part pops off. It pops off clean. If I allow the temperature to go down fully on this, which is generally what I do, it just takes so much time. It just takes too much time for this to get all the way down to regular temperature. But if I do, then the part literally will just fall off of the bed. Solder a bunch of new... Yeah, I don't know why there's solder in connectors on cars, because connectors, like wiring on cars, vibrates. And so if you have a piece of solder, like if you solder two wires together, it'll vibrate and that solder won't vibrate. And then it'll make a stress point and die. I guess there's stuff you can do to make it work. And really my scenario is like, would happen after a long time and a lot of vibration. Yeah, electrical ASC and then GM rep come and show us exactly what they want. Damn. They had it only crimped and the crimps failed. Yeah. Crimp then solder. That's crazy. I guess the solder was after a strain relief element, so that would be fine. It's just wild that would, yeah. Generally in stuff like that, you only see crimps. That's how you know if somebody's messed with your radio. Yeah, if the failure mode of whatever that is well beyond the service life of the car itself, so yeah, kind of like gluing it. If you glue it with a hard glue. So what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting for these two lines to cross. That means that the tool, the nozzle itself, has cooled to the same level as the bed. And if that sounds too convenient, that is my extraction time when the two cross, that's because I decided to go with something that I could remember easily. It just happens to be that when those two cross, I am able to massage my print in just the right way in order to get it off of the bed without damaging the bed. Now, when I'm on my own and I'm not streaming, I will wait for them to cross a second time, and then that's when I can take the print up. I haven't had that much time down here since getting the dog, though. I haven't had like a full 3D print day where I sit down here and I monitor the thing just printing. This is why I like streaming, because I can watch stuff while I am bored to fucking death. What the dog doing? She just had a social visit, so she's probably asleep. I heard 3 corgis upstairs, so the neighbor came over with her corgis, and they were probably running around. I heard barking. I heard hurried steps back and forth. So she's probably sleeping right now. Whenever you're ready to, like, you know, cool off a little bit more, I would love to just put my printer on like a 45-degree incline, because everything would print just fine, and then when it cools enough, it would just fall. But then you got to take other stuff off of the bed, so. Used to heat my lunch on the dashboard of my truck. Jesus. Yeah, corgi puppy. It's Willow. I got a puppy. Her name is Willow. In the Discord, I have a channel for pets, which is just for everyone. It's for photos that you have taken of animals or pets. So that's the important rule about that channel, because I don't want a channel of cat memes. This is for people who want to share, you know, for instance, like Hairbrain like has this cat that he walks by every day, and he's taken to petting the cat and he's taken a couple pictures of it. I want those in that channel so you can find him again. So we made a pets channel. But $6 USB fan from Walmart pointed at my print bed after it's finished appearing. Well, I have a floor fan going right now, so there's kind of a churn of air in here. I think this is probably the maximum performance that I can expect off of cooling. And if I force the issue, I don't think it would be a good idea. Does a brick count as a pet? No. Having a hard time to adjust my print, or it sticks too much on the bed, or not enough, and it warps. Huh. Do you have a pump? Yeah. I actually use the Omnipod. I have an Omnipod, and I use Android APS to control everything. So my lunch today was a quesadilla, and I ate it, and it looks like it pushed me up into hyperglycemia. I gave 5 units for the amount of carbs. I guess that didn't factor in cheese, but my glucose level kind of meandered back down to normal. I need to get the plugin for this thing that does gastroparesis, because I have very mild gastroparesis, so food sticks around in my stomach longer. But yeah, this took a lot of work to get together, and it was a lot of training to get it together. The Omnipods, I don't know if I could suggest, because while they are kind of cool, the amount of insulin that I use has me changing pods a lot. And while I've got coverage for them, if I didn't have coverage, it's an insane amount of money. And on top of all of that, it's such a waste. Every time I'm throwing away an Omnipod, I'm throwing away a bunch of kind of cool parts, including this microcontroller right here. And I'm wondering if I could maybe do a little reverse engineering on this thing and turn it into something that, like, on a development board, and then I could use all the ins and outs of it and program it in something familiar, probably Arduino. I don't know if I can do that, though. I don't think I'm smart enough for that. There's a lot of pins on this thing. It would be a nice little development board that I could throw at a couple different projects, you know? I don't know. There's a lot known about the Omnipod, and, you know, how it's constructed and stuff, and how to. I mean, the main work was done with Bluetooth, so 670G, is that one of the older ones that you can? The older insulin pumps before. Oh no, this thing looks fucking like brand spanking new. Ah, I always go to the wrong one. This thing looks relatively modern. Oh, and it looks like it does have, yeah, everybody's moving. That's the 770. Everybody's moving in the direction to try to integrate stuff better, which is nice. It's trash. Fuck. Minimed has kind of fallen off, haven't they? I used to have a bunch of Minimed pumps. You'd be better to downgrade all the way back to the ancient Minimeds, the ones that you can get a little man-in-the-middle device with and then control with Android APS. That's what Cluck J in the Discord does. I've been terrible about branching out to other Discords. I just kind of stay within my little bubble. But one of the people that knows a lot about and has worked on the Android APS system caught on to the fact that I was doing the upgrade to it from my previous system, which was T-Slim, and has ushered me into all of this stuff. He's kind of helped me out with a lot of my questions and problems and stuff like that. The one I had is a nice bit 16-bit ADC. Seen some glucometer devices with the TI-430 series chips. We took apart that one drop glucometer. It was kind of awesome. And I've still got the screen. It's a little OLED screen that we actually found out is I2C. So we can actually take this over. Animos 5 with the Dexcom G4. Yeah, the Dexcom, I've heard bad stuff about the Minimed CGM. Like it falls off and it's kind of shitty and all that stuff. The Dexcom, I've never ever had problems with, and I'm on like the 3rd generation that I've used it. This is a G6, so it's like, or no, yeah, G6, so it's like the latest generation, but the previous generations I had no troubles with. Luckily, everything's moving to low energy Bluetooth, because that means it's all hackable. As soon as we get low energy Bluetooth on it, we're able to roll it into the we will not wait, diabetic made programs and stuff. I'm having a great time with this new system. It's very similar to what I was using before. Fly like a G6? Wait a minute. That's a reference that I don't get. Kind of get. Maybe not entirely. I've had a great time with this, though. It's very nice to, I know, what happened was there was originally these 433 megahertz, the device-to-device kind of communication standard. Everything was on 433 megahertz rate. I hear clicking behind me. 433 megahertz. G6 is a Lear jet. I think I know the song. I think. It's like... Anyway, everything was 433 megahertz back in the day for diabetes. And they were like, you can use a little remote and you can change the settings on your pumps so you don't pull out a pager in the middle of a dinner and people think you have a pager and are slinging drugs. So instead, what you do is you pull out a remote that looks like it should be controlling like a floor fan and hit buttons on it, and that changes settings of the pump. That wasn't encrypted. So hackers went, I can just buy 433 megahertz radio, and I can listen to the air, and I can see how that pump's being controlled. Cool. Well, now I can actually also communicate with my phone, because my phone now has Bluetooth on it. So I can take that 433 megahertz, and I can do back and forth to the pump, and then I can do back and forth to the phone. And so diabetics for a little bit had a little device that you could recharge that you would just keep in a pocket. It was another thing to carry around. But that back in that day, you would have your own separate constant glucose monitor. Like, I think I still have one. Hold on, wait a minute. Do I have one in here? I still have one of them in here. It's a little Dexcom receiver for 433 megahertz. I don't think I have it anymore. Oh, is it in the back of this thing? I don't think I have it. Anyway, it was an extra rechargeable device that you had to sling around with you, right? You had to have that thing on you constantly, or within range. Then people discovered. Have you seen the one-touch ping? No, I don't know that one. I don't keep up as much as I should with the technology. Anyway, so I'm talking about the past. This is like 2000, late 2000s. Two devices, 433 megahertz. You do a little man-in-the-middle thing, and that talks to the phone and everything else. And so they closed the loop. They decided that because they were getting glucose level readings and they were able to control a pump, you could close the loop and you could have automatic pancreas control, and took a huge burden off of a lot of diabetics' minds. And then somebody figured this out and published a news article. People can hack into your insulin pump and deliver boluses. Oh my God. I feel like the article was a cover because all of the companies then made pretty much like consumer hostile design by super duper encrypting all of the over-the-air signals. So then the focus was, how do we hack into the Omnipod? Because Omnipod was one of the ones that did this. Omnipod is this big 1990s looking fucking like PDA motherfucker that you use to control it, because it is a fundamentally wireless system that puts the whole pump on your body, and then you don't have a screen. And if you did, you'd have to like contort yourself in order to read. So there's no buttons, there's no they didn't want a lawsuit. Who? Article was most certainly funded by them. It seems like it. But yeah, consumer hostile. They don't want anybody hacking anything because it's a medical device, and who knows what the hell people will do with the software, etc. Sucks for us though, because then we don't get. Then there were like 5 to 6 years before all the companies caught up. What they're doing now, luckily, is everything is moving over to low energy Bluetooth. And so as low energy Bluetooth devices, the entire low energy Bluetooth stack is known. We know what all the signals do. There's a standardization for a reason, and that's so that you can have a bunch of Bluetooth devices in one place and they're not all fucking each other. So we've got that whole standard, and there are parts in the standardization that detail how to create a Bluetooth low energy glucose monitor, a Bluetooth low energy blood glucose tester, a pump, stuff like that. It's all known. So that's what they're doing now. And so that has enabled the hackers to control the device directly and get it to do their bidding. It's really, really fucking cool because they're better at making the software than the healthcare company, because the healthcare company has billions of people, billions and billions. It has tons of people that it needs to cater to all in one app. You know, you got somebody with a kid, and the kid needs to be able to bolus every now and then, but not like kill themselves. And then the parent wants to monitor in on that. They have to cater to that. They have to cater to the 78-year-old woman who doesn't know anything about technology and wants a big number on a screen. So most of these systems are completely hamstrung by the scope of the audience that they need to cater to. So as a tech person, I'm just happy to be out of the era where all the buttons are made for geriatric fingers. You have big rubberized, big squishy rubber buttons. What pump would you recommend new today? I can't make a good recommendation for you, actually. I'm doing the Omnipod. I don't mind it. It's a different set of stressors, but I like that I can go and poop and just lower my pants without having to fish for a pump on my belt and unhooking it. But at the same time, I can't reuse supplies. And we will get into that at some point. We'll take apart some Omnipods. I would love to talk about the engineering and the decisions that they made and how that goes together, because it is very interesting, that pump. Really, really cool design into it. We'll probably do that tomorrow. All right, let's get the pump out, or the pump. Okay, gear change. Pump, different gear. But yeah, in terms of recommending a pump, I don't know what I would recommend. There are, I mean, if you get into the, there's like a Reddit, Discord, diabetic thing that you could get into. Maybe people have good recommendations in there. I decided to go Omnipod just because I wanted just a phone to control it all. And you can do that with other pumps too. So I didn't look into it. I just jumped into Omnipod. And then the latest Omnipod is able to function if your phone is out of range of the CGM and the pump. The pump and the CGM will talk to each other, and it'll continue to manage independently, which means that when the pump gets instructions, it gets like a change in settings. It's almost like flashing a remote microcontroller so that it can operate independently. So that has not been hacked yet. That's too weird and complicated, and you know, they need to sort of get a handle on it. They need time to work with it. I have a bunch of those sitting around here that I just can't use. All right, let's get the print off. I don't know what I would recommend. I seriously just don't know. Dexcom is the only thing that I can tell you that for sure is awesome. Problem is, Dexcom is going to a non-reusable format as well soon. Basically, the patch that you put on your body will contain the transmitter now, which is just the worst. I don't know why they're doing this shit to us, where you can't reuse anything. Because that's how we get by, right? Oh, the fuck? I don't even know if I could say the name. Or paste and search. Who the fuck is this guy? Internet celebrity streamer. Yeah, I'm far from that. Sportscaster, G2 Esports, co-owner. He's a lot younger than I am. That's not, no, I'm not that person. All right, here's the other side of the panel. eBuy, oh, okay. I don't know anything about that person, so I'm just not even gonna comment or say their name. And they're way more famous than I am, so. I wanna be famous. I wanna be famous. Maybe I should have, like, beef with this person, and that way. No, I don't have beef with people. I'm too nice. Look at all the warmth. Look how warm it is. It's like fluorescent. That's kind of cool. That turned out okay. I have to do a little like post-processing on this. On the vornoi. Bubbles. Bubbles and bubbles. If you wanted a grading that had a bit of an interesting look to it, I guess the vornoi plugin is pretty cool. And that 3D printed okay. don't you invoke the spirit of the view bots. Oh god. I'm still, like, in my mind, I'm still debating whether or not I want to reverse this entire thing and have this print on the printer and then have the holes in the panel be inset a little bit in here. No, I gotta keep them external. You're famous in my eyes, oh bother. Well, that makes one of us. All right, let me get the switch and see if it snaps into this and see if we need to alter this at all. Because, yeah, my scheme for making these illuminatable is complicated enough without reversing everything on this panel. Ugh. Where was the switch? It was in one of these drawers. One of these drawers over here that I'll bring over. That one is full of switches, but I don't see the one that I want. Yeah, I do. Okay, I see one that's compatible. The only problem is sometimes with these switches, you'll snap them in, and then you just can't get them out. Which is pretty much what could happen here. We don't need an illuminated switch. Doesn't need to be illuminated. Just a 1 and a 0 is fine. Maybe do one phase. Okay. There's the switch. Bots that make you infamous. So the trick here in this case is to chamfer that and give it a little ramp. That way, this is much more shallow, and this clip can put pressure on it. Yeah, I think I've seen that before. A hate raid. It's a little weird, though. Whoa, that really fits in nicely. Hey, all right, so that's my new strategy with these things. Switches get stitches. I can kind of work it out, but it's sort of held in there pretty nicely. I didn't expect that to go so smoothly. Hey, it's pretty nice. Hey, I don't mind that. That means that I can't print it from this side, because that ramp would be kind of like really difficult to print. And it would be really weak if I printed it from that side. You're a real 3D printer now. How dare you fucking say that about me? You know, I'm out here every day. Doing my best. You gonna pull that shit. Now, do I have I only have this one. This one's a little bit much. This one's a little extra, even though this will filter out transients. Like all day. And it'll also not fit. Get the fucking... You fucker! It's stuck. It's stuck. You buy a bunch of bots, artificially enter the partner program. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I did that. Plus, I'm already in the partner program. But, like, these guys jump into, like, every stream that has over a certain number of viewers. But, like... Yeah, you have your account hijacked or something. Seriously, like what? I don't know. I'm not even thinking about that kind of stuff. No, sir. Neither should you. That's stupid. But there's no mystery around what the bots are. I don't know why we're discussing this at all. It's basically over a certain number of views, and then they flood into your channel with bots that say a particular type of phrase. They used to put links into your chat, which is a good way to catch them. Now they just use sort of particular language to describe, like, you know, want to be famous, and then the bots can get them from there. I don't do anything like that because it's funny. We get one every now and then, and yeah, we get to nuke it on stream, which is fun. It's fun. It's a little like a family thing. We, like, you know, everybody gets together to laugh at the bot, and then we nuke it. Yeah, automod can key into some of the phrasings. Okay, so that worked. This is neat, but it's probably not going to be on the final thing. When I print this in black, I'll just go straight over that, right? These will be black. I guess that means that I should probably print those in black too. So it all blends into the wall. But then this will be a multi-print where after a millimeter, I will put clear filament in for 3 millimeters, or 2, I guess, and then I'll put black back in, and it'll block out and isolate the illuminated elements. I'll be able to put a circuit board behind this that'll have surface mount LEDs. I have more color choices with surface mount, so I'll do surface mount LEDs on a board that may or may not have the power regulators sticking out of it, depending on if the regulators I've found can support that. We got to look that up before we commit to that. And then that'll have just a big plug on the top or the bottom, bunch of wires coming out. Some of them will go to the power supply. Some of them will go up to other elements. Some of them will just rely on the modules in order to illuminate them. And then I'll have an idea of what kind of power's running around and what's broken. And then DB15 on the inside, that's going to be moving up a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to move up a little bit. No, I didn't think of the panel. It's still same thickness. So that'll sit where it is, where it's at. I just need to shorten the connectors to it. Well, you don't have as much to screw in, but that means that I can remove the DB connector, get all the connections right, and then put it back on. So you think this is I guess it's okay. I don't know. I get a lot of crap from the more professional 3D printers in here talking about, you need to improve this, you need to do that this way, that way. But I think this will look pretty professional on the panel. I don't think I want to keep the vornoi. I've started saying it's what it's. It's unfortunately a thing from Reddit, so if anybody recognizes it in the wild, you'll be identified as a Redditor, which is not something that you want to be outed as. But yeah, I have started saying that as well, because I think it's funny. It makes my eye twitch a little bit every time I say it, so. Because, like, it is what it is not, you literally just said nothing. You know, you just went, it's like you just fucking, like, tried to look at your butt, and you just walked in a circle. And you're like, oh, what's going on over here? Like, it's what it's. As in, it is what it is. As in, I guess you can't change anything, or the thing that you're talking about is the thing you're talking about. It makes no fucking sense, right? Okay, anyway, I got a lot of 3D printing to do, and it is not fun to watch. And it is probably an hour before I normally stop. But 3D printing, it should be done in private, just because it's so unexciting. It really is just so unexciting. I will do I do both of these at the same time, and they both have that streak in it? I think no. No, I don't think I do. So I got to circle back to this one, and then I've got to regroup to this one, and then I got to synergize this one, and then I'll have the two plates that'll hold the power supply up. Way she rolls. It's the way she goes. Yep. Way she goes. Yeah, I don't think I need to alter anything on the power switch. It is a little weak, you know, being able to push on the other side and having it pop up like that. I could solve that maybe by moving it like a little bit more narrow, or chamfer less, and then that way that pushes the part that's right up against the edge a little further in. But as it is, I'm actually okay with this. Usually these things hold on for dear fucking life. It's like impossible to get them out of a panel. This is tough to get out of the panel, but I think overall that's good. So we'll keep that the way it is, the way she goes. Cool. All right, I'm happy with this. I'm not completely happy with it, but I'm moderately happy with it. Yeah, it's the way it's Trailer Park Boys. I tried to watch the I gotta admit something to you guys. I tried to watch Trailer Park Boys, and I did not get into it. There were obviously funny moments, and I had fun, but it didn't hook me the way everybody seems to describe it. And it's possible that maybe if I got into the later seasons, maybe that would do it for me. I don't think I got to the later stuff. The method in which the baked I have absolutely... Oh, you accidentally hit her. It's incomplete thought. All right. Well, you tried to warn me, and I didn't. I fell into the trap. What kind of material? This is PETG, which is soda bottle plastic. It's good stuff. It's really fun to print with when you do functional prints that are supposed to be supporting things. Grew up in the Maritimes, so I personally relate to the trail. But that might be part of it, too. I love my Canadian comedy. I really do. But I don't know. It just didn't hook me, and maybe one day I'll revisit it. Because there's a lot of fun stuff in the show, for sure. I don't know what this other chip is, by the way. I think this might be an EEPROM, which is odd, because I would think that this contains all the information. Oh, there's like crusty shit under my nails. This is the Omnipod Dash circuit board. I don't have a lot of info on this specific chip, but it is very similar to another, not NXP, but a Freescale semiconductor microcontroller. The Freescale semiconductor got bought by NXP. I can talk. I know how to talk. But anyway, tomorrow, what I want to do is take apart one of these, multiple of these dash pods, and show you guys all the inner workings of this thing. Because while we can see the circuit board right here, this does not even nearly describe all of the functionality of this little thing. It's so intricate and interesting the way that they designed it. And there are a lot of one-way streets. What's wrong with NXP? Nothing. Nothing is wrong with NXP. No, what I'd really like to do is get the chip onto my own board and reflash it to be something like an Arduino. I think that would be really cool. But I think I'd have to get really deep into compilers in order to make that work. So, Freescale with Motorola, NXP was Philips. Well, no. Freescale. We read that NXP acquired Freescale. And so we saw that between the college paper where they reverse engineered the 433 megahertz version of this and this one, we saw the chip go from Freescale to NXP. A lot of ground plane vias. Yeah, they really want to like cinch up their ground. I think this might be a 4-layer board. Yeah, it is. It is, because you get these. See these little vias that have circles around them? That means that they're not going to that ground plane, but they are connecting something. So if this is a 2-layer board, you wouldn't see those. They would have a trace coming off of them. I don't understand how they could afford to print a 4-layer board for this. They've done all this work to reduce the amount of components that go into this thing, because, you know, each passive is going to cost you, especially when you're making like billions of these things. But then, so they went from multiple components to very few components. It's extremely impressive design. Also incorporating some of the features, like for instance, the Bluetooth connectivity is on the main chip, as well as probably something strong enough to drive the memory wire. So they went over to that, but then they went with a 4-layer board, which is possibly really expensive. I don't know. I guess we're getting good at manufacturing this kind of stuff. But we'll have a lot to talk about when we do the stream tomorrow. Sorry, that was a slight preview of what we're going to do in the future. Now, the question remains, do I want to add a giant bolus of people to... Hold on, I got to go specifically to the channel. I got to go to... I think lastmiles is saying that they would... Wait. What? Oh, I did fatulent. I'm just gonna check. I gotta make sure every time. Okay, he's definitely not online. Okay. Yeah, lastmiles rated with a party of 80 fucking people, which was amazing. I have to thank him again for that. He said he might be going back online. So if you guys can check out, let me just check over here. They're not online right now. Oh, the pressure is lifted. But check out Last Miles if you guys are here just for me. I think they have similar content. I think they do a lot of programming stuff. It seems like he's got a good channel there, and he freaking just flexed on me and raided me with like so many more people than I already had. Now I could raid like a giant streamer and make them actually say my name and be like, "Look, I'm here," but I'm not gonna do that. I don't think I'm gonna do that. So we're gonna adjourn for the day. I'll be back. I stream 12:30ish Eastern Standard. 12:30 is Eastern time. Whatever time we're on at the time, because it changes apparently. I really hope that bill that they sort of accidentally got through will come into effect and we can just have time instead of like standard or daylights. But anyway, I stream when my clock goes to 12:30 on the East Coast. 12:35, sometimes a little bit late because people are terrible about schedules. I'm not. It's the people around me who make me watch the dog and then don't come back in time. But I'm back tomorrow. We're going to take a look at Omnipods. I want to take them apart and just play around with the mechanics of them, see if we can't get one working and stuff like that. So we're changing time again this weekend. Shit, fuck. Not again. This is when everybody gets discombobulated and I like lose viewers. That's okay though. I'll be back. I'll see you guys later. You can join me in the Discord and here are the links to everything. Whatever you need, right? So I'll see you guys in 20 hours, 3 minutes, and 11 seconds. Goodbye.